All right, we'll call the meeting to order. Open session, subject to Section 1983 Wisconsin statutes. The first item is to adopt the agenda. Rick, are there any changes or modifications to the agenda that we need to be aware of? Or?
There are no changes from administration side.
I'll move to adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next item is the roll call into executive session. Vicky?
Aye.
Steve?
Aye.
Pat?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
And I. And the board will be talking about pursuant of the statute 1985 1F, as well as the annual seclusion and restraint report, and then in pursuant of the Wisconsin statute 1985 1G, discussion regarding future litigation. All right. Oh, we gotta wait for Kyle, sorry. You ready, Kyle? Okay. Welcome, this is the School District of Prescott Board of Education regular meeting. We have been in executive session since 6:15. I will call this part of the meeting to order, subject section 1983 Wisconsin statutes. Next item here is the Pledge of Allegiance. Steve, would you care to lead us?
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item 8 is the recognition of visitors. Would anybody like to approach the podium about anything on the agenda tonight? Yep, come on up, and just for those that are new to this, just come up and state your name and township if possible.
Good evening, Dr. Spacuzza and school board members. My name is Maureen Otwell, and I have two grandchildren in the Prescott Public Schools, and I live in Prescott. All here tonight would agree that we live in a country governed by a constitution. That document has an attachment called the Bill of Rights. The Bill of Rights is a formal declaration of the legal and civil rights of the citizens of our country. The first 10 amendments to the U.S. Constitution were ratified in 1791, and they guarantee rights such as freedom of speech, assembly, and worship, the reason why we're here tonight. However, these rights are not unlimited and absolute, nor can they be asserted by individuals without consideration of the public or common good. For example, we cannot shout fire in a crowded theater, start a panic scramble for the doors in which others may be injured, and assert as our defense that under the freedom of speech clause, we have the right to do so. Our actions are limited by their effects on the common good of the community. I could give you citations for many court cases over the last 230 years where legal precedent has upheld the limits of our individual freedoms. But I won't bore you with legal details, although you can always contact me. I'll be glad to supply a list. I will simply make the point that our rights and freedoms are balanced by the public or the common good. We have always regulated personal actions that may reasonably pose a threat to the public good. We have voted into office citizens whom we expect will be able to balance individual rights and public safety for the good of the community. In this time of a fast-spreading, constantly changing, and too often lethal disease, I think it's over 900,000 for the U.S. I have confidence that our publicly elected school board members will be able to balance the rights of individuals and the rights of the common good in their decisions to protect our unvaccinated school children and keep schools open through this year. My grandchildren did not do well on online learning. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Anybody else? And then just state your name and just really quick, because I know there's a lot of people here that have a lot of opinions here. Try to keep it to 3 minutes if you can, and I'll just I'll let you know when 3 minutes, and then we'll try to have you wrap up if you can. Thank you.
Sounds good. It's a little more intimidating when you're standing up here versus back there. Okay, my name is Robin Stubbe. I live in Prescott, and I'm here today representing my 3 kids who go to school in this school district. It has appeared that oftentimes parents who have stood behind this podium have been associated in a negative way with a certain group of parents. And I've often wondered, as I've sat in the audience and listened to what was vocalized by those brave enough to come up here, are they really being heard? Or have we all been lumped into a category that leaves what we have to say sounding somewhat like Charlie Brown's teacher to all of you? I hope that's not the case, as that truly would be a shame to think our voices are falling on deaf ears. I stand here today and I would like to make it clear that I can speak for myself, and if I must be put into a category or a group of sorts, you can file me into the group that is labeled taxpayer, voter, and a concerned parent. I feel my background has allowed me the ability to see various points of view. Before moving to Prescott, I was a preschool teacher in Texas. In fact, I actually worked for this school district as a para. Hey, Stokel, what's up? When we first moved here almost 4 years ago, fast forward to today, and I now work in healthcare. I will admit that when this pandemic first reared its ugly head on life as we know it, Dr. Spacuzza, you were in a no-win situation. The rules that we are to abide by do change regularly as we are told to trust science. It's hard to keep up with what must be done today as it has changed many times since last March. Truthfully, it's very frustrating. But one thing is very clear. COVID-19 has become very political. And if that offends anyone, I apologize for nothing because it's true. Depending on what point of view you side with, you can find truth in that expertise, and that is where you will stand. Many are speaking out on both sides, for and against masks, as well as the vaccine for that matter. The issue is, who's to say your expert, who you are choosing to listen to, is more knowledgeable than mine? Who's to say what you are choosing to believe as truth is more valuable than my own truth? The CDC and Dr. Fauci himself have flip-flopped so many more times than any politician has in recent memory, and this is what we are following as gospel. So what now? Everyone in every profession and walk of life has had to make changes and accommodate what we are being told to do, and also, in some cases now, mandated to do. Healthcare workers were heroes last year and will soon be unemployed in a pandemic if they don't take a vaccine that is still, by the way, not approved by the FDA. Something is wrong here, and that is why parents are here. That is why questions are being asked, because it doesn't make sense. And the ones who are suffering the most, mentally and emotionally and academically, are our kids. So I ask this hard question: are we doing what is best and easiest for ourselves, or what is really needed for these kids trusted in our care? Should the board be stepping on the toes of parents and making decisions for these children? To be clear, I'm not anti-vaccine. Let me say that again. I am not anti-vaccine. I am questioning this vaccine that is being shoved down our throats, but I'm not anti-vaccine. I'm not even against masks when needed in certain circumstances. It is possible to support vaccine choice as well as vaccines, but I believe that is what freedom should be about. You can decide for yourself, your own health care, what is best for you and your child. I do not support forcing medical treatment on anyone. So tonight, I ask the school board to consider freedom of choice as the only true option this upcoming school year. Freedom to get the vaccine if you choose. Freedom to wear a mask if you choose. Freedom for families to decide for themselves what is best for their own families, whether that means to return to school in person, explore virtual opportunities, look into homeschool options. That's freedom. That is what this nation is built upon, and that is what so many over the years have died for. That's why so many, like my own father, came to this country. That is what our flag represents. We are free. Let us live like it.
Anybody else care to be recognized?
I don't know if I can beat that. That was very good.
Don't try.
All right, hi guys. Kate Otto. Sad we have to be here tonight to discuss masking our children again this year. It is really frustrating and disappointing that this issue has not had more community involvement. They haven't gotten the survey out I've asked for many times. That the committee hasn't been formed. Steve, I know you're working on that tentatively. I'll be the first to volunteer to be on the COVID committee. I think we need different points of view. And until that's done, I'm asking you to keep masking optional for our children. There are tons of studies out there that disprove masking is safe or effective, and I'm sure all our anti-maskers can flood your emails with those those studies, because it is a different point of view. It's just not healthy for our kids to be in the filthy face coverings for 8 hours a day, and mentally it's not good for them either. The goalpost keeps moving, and it started with social distancing, then the masks and the lockdowns and virtual schooling. Now it's vaccines. Now they're mandating vaccines. I'd be real pissed right now if I had just gotten the vaccine and was told I didn't have to wear a mask anymore, and now I have to wear a mask again. It's not fair. What's the end game? It's proven that masks will never ever cure COVID. And please don't use the excuse that masks help prevent sickness, because guess what? I want my kids to get sick. I want them to have a healthy immune system and fight whatever comes their way. COVID is never gonna go away. It's here to stay. And masking isn't the answer. I'm asking you, please make masks optional this year. This is America. We have freedom of choice. If families choose that masking is best for them, great, so be it. But we should also have the choice that it isn't right for our family. Finally, if you guys do choose to mask, I'm going to ask you that you practice what you vote, because our community is going to be watching you. And if you vote to mask, the rules for thee and not for me attitude will be remembered at election time.
Thank you, Kate.
Can you hear me okay?
Nope.
Now?
Yeah,
Maybe.
that's better.
Prescott, Wisconsin. 2 kids in Prescott High School. As I've said before, I don't like speaking in public, but I feel it's important that you hear from those who do feel the Prescott School District did a good job last year in coping with an unprecedented pandemic, and continues to do a tremendous job balancing the needs of students and teachers. As we watch school children all over the country return to school and quickly land in quarantines, and unfortunately in some states fill ICU beds in hospitals, I ask you to continue to look towards public health experts, epidemiologists, and medical experts for guidance on how to proceed with in-person learning. Organizations like the CDC, WHO, AMA, and the American Academy of Pediatrics are full of experts that synthesize vast amounts of scientific data to create recommendations for us on how best to make it through. As of August 4th, the CDC updated its guidance for schools to recommend universal indoor masking for all people in all schools. I support this for one big reason. I believe the vast majority of doctors, including the American Academy of Pediatrics, who say that universal masking, as part of a number of efforts, including social distancing, deep cleaning, and vaccination, does 2 things. Mitigates the number of people from contracting COVID-19, and supports the efforts to keep our health system running. When hospitals and doctors run out of spaces and supplies, all our lives are put in jeopardy. Universal masking also protects the significant number of our community who cannot even have the option to consider vaccinations because they're under 12. I'm trying to edit as I go. All of that said, well, I'm at great risks every day. I do this because we've agreed as a community to laws, and I trust that science will tell me when I need to do things for my health and well-being. All of that said, I want you to know that I support the school administrators, their plans and recommendations. I believe they're making the best decisions with the best scientific, medical, and public health information they have available. I trust that they will continue to do so. As a board, I want to remind you that you have said multiple times in public discussions that you would follow the medical and scientific experts, as well as policies and protocols created by the school administrators, including motions passed on April 21st, where you endorsed adherence to the Pierce County Health Department, when you accepted recommendations from the athletic director for a minimum base level of protocols regarding face coverings for spring sports. And then in August of 2020, where you approved using county and district public health metrics that would trigger moving to hybrid school at a secondary level. All along, you have done incredible work supporting the administration and supporting public health guidelines. As a board, when you act to support these plans and recommendations and follow the medical, public health, and scientific advice, you give support to teachers and school staff and give them the space to do their jobs, educate our children. I'm grateful for your extremely hard work over the past 20 months. None of this has been easy to be a public person in a pandemic. Thank you for your service to our kids and their teachers.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now this way.
Name?
I'm Jessica Flanagan, Oak Grove Township, mother of 5 children, attending Prescott School District. I get nervous and I get a little teary, so it's not because I'm not, whatever. Good evening. I'm here to speak on continuing to make masks and or vaccines optional for the entire school year. I'm going to start by sharing something I find very confusing. I'm sure we've all seen the viral videos of ticked off parents versus school boards that have circulated multiple social media sites. The perplexing part is when the school board appears to treat the parents as adversaries. I mean, let's break it down on why parents are upset. We are given the right to make every decision regarding our kids. What clothes they wear, haircuts, sports, even if they want their faces or artwork displayed on school sites. It's been that way for all of my memory. So why does the school board seem shocked that the parents of these students are upset that they are suddenly stripped of their rights to make decisions about something as simple as face masking and medical treatments? Why the hostility towards the parents? I'm here to tell you that the parents sitting behind me, as well as the ones I'm sure have emailed you often, have not come here to demand having a choice regarding our children without plenty of research. I'm not an oppositional person by nature, but with 13 years in law enforcement experience, I can tell you I know how to dig for information, make educated decisions, especially when it comes to my 5 kids. I've done my research, spoken with my doctors, and even spoken to psychologists regarding the mental health of my humans. Sorry. All considered when coming to decisions regarding the concerns over the health and well-being of my kids. We all played nice during the beginning of the situation. We accepted the authoritarian-like behaviors by this board, stripping us of our freedom to make decisions for what's best for our kids because we were just as overwhelmed with the initial information. But as time has gone on and more information has come out, as well as seeing the detriment to our kids' education and mental health, we are speaking up and want to be heard. I would like the recent behavior of the board. I'm sorry. I would liken the recent behavior of this board similar to the new step-parent that jumps in with an attitude that they themselves birthed the child and having not put blood, sweat, and tears of child-rearing behaves as though they know what is best for the kid over the birth parent that did, in fact, put in the hard work and sleepless nights. We don't have to be enemies. We can have a healthy, respectful relationship. I suggest we both go back to what we do best, the board figuring out how to undo the mess that last year's education. I have a son who was on the honor roll. He failed multiple classes last year to the point where he can't play a football game. And I have a 7th grade daughter going into 7th grade who can't tell time very well. And us parents will go back to making health choices for our children without the drama and interference. A little food for thought. Having 4 preteen kids in the house at once, I have respect for middle school teachers. Remembering back during my middle school days, I remember kids finding ways, every reason to annoy a teacher. And now they have another one. The masks are just another distraction for these preteens and teachers to deal with. I received more calls regarding my kids' inappropriate mask wearing rather than any concerns for their slipping grades. I received no calls on that. Not to mention the long-term ramifications of these kids' lack of socialization. Heck, most kids don't know how to have a conversation that isn't via text. Now they won't even be able to decipher facial expressions either. Oh, and lastly, the board should be ashamed of themselves for the peer pressure tactics used to push the vaccine. We get it. You want everyone to get the vaccine. Now let it go. All those that want the vaccine have had ample time to make that decision and receive it. Those that want to wear a mask should. Now you can get back to work pushing education and make this school successful and something to be proud of rather than just another small town school that pumps out less than educated pupils.
Thank you.
Is this on? Okay. I am not a public speaker. I'm Renee Carlson. I live here in Prescott. I've got 3 children, one on the way, and I've got 2 in the district, one in high school and one in elementary school. You have no easy job. I also work in education, and I feel your pain. There is no right answer, and it's so hard to please so many people. So I understand the position that you're in. I am not here to stand up and tell you that you're right or you're wrong. And I'm not gonna say that we're right or we're wrong. We all have our opinions, and we as parents need to make the best decisions that we can possibly make for our own children. And I think that it's really difficult to take it in when so many people are trying to parent your family. It isn't my job to tell you how to parent. I would never do that. I would never step in and tell you what's right for your children. And I would hope that you would not step in my position and try to stand in my way and tell me how to raise and parent mine. I, in my own job and as a parent, have seen the hardships that this has caused, and I think that we need to remain pro-choice. Like, if you feel safe and you feel right about sending your children in a mask, that is wonderful. You do what is best for your family, but please don't tell me what is best for mine. I have seen how this has affected my children's mental health, their social health, their emotional health, and all of that is so concerning. Seeing it on the spectrum of high school age, watching anxiety and depression build, right? You have so many pressures that lead you in the direction of high school and into your adult life. And I think that adding those things and creating those additional anxieties and that additional toll on your mental health is just, it isn't right. If you want to wear it, wear it. If you don't. And that's really what we need to go back to. Like, your job is not to tell me how to parent or what my child should wear on their face. And I hate that my already introverted 6-year-old has hesitancies on building friendships because she can't read your expressions. That's heartbreaking to me, because she's not gonna go out and feel you out and build those friendships on her own, and now she can't see how you feel. She can't see those emotions. She can't tell if you like her. That in itself should be a huge warning sign to all of us. This is not just about your health. This is not just about a virus anymore. This is about what we're doing to our children with the masks, and that, to me, is the scariest part, is just not knowing what's gonna come of this, because I can guarantee you we're gonna see a huge peak in the next couple years of children who are going to need additional help because they don't know how to read your expressions and talk to other people and communicate. And those are my biggest concerns as a parent. I would just really hope that we can respect everybody's decision. Whether you agree with it or not, we still need to respect each other. We're a community and we work together. I hate being told that I'm wrong. Nobody likes it. I see the data. I'm really confused by it. Everybody is. The statistics have gone back and forth, and that's so confusing. How can we go back and forth in this mass pandemic and then sit back and tell each other that we're right or wrong? Like, to me, we're breaking down a community at that point. We're not building each other up anymore. So we need to let each other parent and do our own little things in our households and worry about how we can make our children move forward with their education and not kind of debilitating them moving forward.
Thank you. So yes, I'll take a couple more. I do think I got a gauge for the room here, and I'm pretty sure I know what most people are talking about here and their opinions. So let's take a couple more people, and then I really think we'll get down to business and we'll get to this
Good evening.
topic. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kavanna Thomason, and I'm here tonight not only as a parent, but as an advocate for my kids and all kids here in Prescott. I just want to say that I'm here tonight to stand up and be the voice and be their voice. They're so afraid to speak up for themselves for fear of being punished or shamed. Their voices, laughter, smiles, hidden behind a mask because someone told them that if they don't wear it, that someone else will get sick. Removed from class if they cough, sneeze, or have a runny nose, not understanding what they did wrong. Sent home for sitting next to a suspected sick child. Falling behind in class because they don't understand the lesson being taught. Scared to ask for help. I hope and pray that this upcoming school year will not be a repeat of last year. My children, along with yours, just want to go to school, to learn, to see their friends, and to play sports, but instead have been monitored, removed from class, and sent home. Why? Why are we doing this to them? Our most precious gifts from God. As a mom, it's my job to protect my kids and to make sure that they get a good education and that I teach them to be good people. They deserve that. Our kids watch and mimic everything that we do. So moving forward, I hope that you continue to do what is right for our kids. If you care about our kids, which you always claim to do, stop pressuring them, stop forcing and mandating them and their parents into doing things that they don't want to do. Thank you.
One more, anyone?
My name is Emily Saris. I'm from Oak Grove Township. I have a daughter entering. Can't hear me? My name is Emily Saris. I'm from Oak Grove Township. I have a daughter entering 4K. I'm mainly here to be a voice for all the other parents who have many more children in the school district. It was correct to state that I don't have the right to yell fire because there's facts, there's proof that there is no fire. But I also feel I should have the right and the option to mask or not mask because there are no facts, there are no stats, there are no proof that that is doing anything. We all hope, we are all crossing our fingers. We all took a shot in the dark last year and masked, and it got us in and out of school, quarantined. It didn't work. We tried it. I don't really understand why we're even questioning it again. We just had RSV go through the daycare. That has stats, that has facts, that sends kids to the hospital, that kills children. We didn't quarantine the daycare, we let it. I got an email about every day, please keep your kids home if they are sick. Why can't we tell all these other parents that have children in elementary school, middle school, high school, 4K, do your part, keep your kids home if they're sick. We do it for everything else, for flu season, RSV. So yeah, I'm another one up here that's voicing my opinion that you all know what we have to say, but our voice still matters. What would one side of the room be doing if you were possibly mandating no masks? You couldn't wear a mask to school. I'll tell you what it feels like. It feels like a punch to the gut that our choice and that our freedom and that our rights are being robbed from us. So thank you for listening to all of us that are saying the same old thing.
Thank you. Appreciate all the comments, folks. Thank you very much. We're going to get to business, and we are on item 9, good news from around the district.
Yes, and I have the pleasure, as you see at the far end of the table, to my left, to the audience right, we have our student rep, and I would like to welcome Cheyenne Stenrus, right? We got to meet the other day, and I would say, as I shared with her, it was one of the most uplifting conversations I've had with an adult or a student probably in the last 3 months. And so I look forward to your representation here, and I'm going to turn it over to you just to kind of introduce your role and also the student council.
Hello, everybody. Is this on? I'm Cheyenne Stenrus. I'm going to be a senior this year, This is my 3rd year on student council, and I'm very, very excited to be representing the student body here at school board meetings. Student council has been working very hard already this year. We've met 3 times already to elect our officers. We drafted and approved our mission statement and goals, and then we've also been working on some of our focuses this year. So I'm just going to share our mission statement and goals with you guys. The mission statement reads, the mission statement of the Prescott High School Student Council is to be a student-centered organization that links students with administration, responsibly represents the student body, and promotes an environment of acceptance, unity, and equality. Our goals, we have 4 goals this year. They pretty much stayed the same from last year. We worked really hard on our goals and our mission statement last year, and we felt that they still represented what the student council wanted to do. Our first one reads, to hold monthly student council meetings on the 2nd Friday of every month, and for council officers to meet with administration the last week of every month. Our second goal reads, to be accountable for promoting and modeling respectful and responsible behaviors. Our third goal reads, to encourage school unity while also respecting individuality and diversity. Behaviors such as racism, sexism, homophobia, etc. are not in line with the educational values of the Prescott School District and are unacceptable. And our goal number 4 reads, to reach out to 2 or more individual students within your grade to seek a variety of input regarding school-related issues in order to discuss identified topics at regular meetings. So basically the student council just wants to make sure all high schoolers are feeling welcomed, feeling accepted, feeling loved for who they are. That is something that we feel very passionate about and are focusing on how we can bring that to life within the walls of the high schools. We also decided that we would like to have a big focus on mental health this year, mental health advocacy, and education. So those are a couple of things that student council is working on. We're planning on having a couple more meetings before the school year starts. So I can promise you that we will be working hard to make sure that the high school is a safe place for everybody.
Thanks, Cheyenne.
Thank you very much.
Welcome aboard.
I'm going to start, and then I'm going to ask, just for efficiency, if the admin team could come up and just queue up so we can present your good news. Earlier today, which I think we heard in many of the opening comments, in my time here in Prescott, we focused a lot on investing and expanding the mental health services within the Prescott Public Schools. Around 11 o'clock today, we were notified that a grant that we had submitted has been awarded to access an additional $75,000 for this academic year to be put into mental health programs. And if we're successful in meeting our goals, it will be renewed for the 2022-23 school year. So I want to thank Mark Inouye and the admin team and Michael Kosmowski, who helps with assisting. This is really good news for our student body and also primarily for our students. So congratulations.
Michael Kosmowski, and I'll be talking about teaching and learning role today as Dr. Spaguzza pulls up a couple slides I have here. Last week we had a 2-day program where approximately 30 of our teacher leaders, along with our administrative team, came in and we had a data dig where we look at our various academic data that's come in from the state and then our culture survey that we take each year for the district. From there, our teacher leaders help set the groundwork in our strategic direction for our sites. We create improvement plans and action steps that align to our vision and our goal of becoming a school where all students can learn and that we will do whatever it takes to help all students achieve at high levels. I do want to thank that team that came in and cut vacations short and cut their summer short, but really set that groundwork to let us have a successful school year. As we look at academic performance, most of the data is embargoed, but the data that I can share with you that I have in front of you is from our internal FastBridge spring scores. Typically our trends for this align to the forward exam in that the intermediate school typically performs 15 to 20% higher, and the middle school 5 to 10% higher on the state score. So it's sort of a foreshadow of what we're going to see when the data becomes unembargoed, probably in November. The teams look for trends, anomalies, root causes, where we exceeded or we did not meet our expectations. And again, we always are cautioned by the state to just keep in mind that this is just one indicator of student success. Our trends that are the schools that we saw, the schools that were able to stay open, which are our K-5 schools were open all of last year, had higher achievement. And there's a direct correlation between those two. As we look up at the high school, again, our high school, we have ACT Aspire and ACT data that's embargoed, but what's not embargoed and I can share today with the board are AP exams. The first graph shows that over the last 3 years, our trend continues to increase of the number of students that score a 3 or higher. So the score rating scale is a 1 to 5 scale. If you can score a 3 or higher, you earn college credit that can be applied to. So 69% of our students this year, higher than last year, achieved that 3 or higher. That equivalates to 261 credits. And I based it on UW River Falls $330 credit for undergrad credit. So our families saved approximately $86,000 by the achievement of their students. So congratulations, students. Congratulations to our AP teachers as well. The other thing that we set a record for this year is the number of AP scholars, AP with honors, and AP scholars with distinction. And in order to be an AP scholar with distinction, those are granted to students who received an average score of 3.5 and have scored a 3 or higher on 5 or more AP exams. And that's over their academic career. So it wouldn't necessarily have been just last year, but many of them did have multiple. I'm happy to announce that our AP scholars with distinction, our 2 were Anna Tomley and Madeline Tabayan. So congratulations to them, but really congratulations to all of our scholars and what it takes to be a scholar of averaging a 3 or higher on 3, 4, or 5 AP exams. And lastly, the last thing that we look at is our survey, and this is one of the 3 sections of the survey that we look at in terms of our culture within the buildings. So our end count is 107 staff. This was made available to all of our classroom teachers, our specialists, our aides and paraprofessionals, our support staff, so custodian, administrative assistants, food service, and the administrative team were allowed to take this survey. And we did it right at the very end of the last school year, and we had 107 participate in that. A couple of the areas that the teams focused on in terms of gauges for us in terms of culture is I'm recognized when I do a good job. That is number 2 up there. And the way that this graph is set up from perceptions is that the average is what the bar is. So each bar still represents 107 people, but what they're plotting is the average score in those categories. And then it goes from strongly agree to disagree, strongly disagree, and then either don't know or doesn't apply to my position. So we're looking at those averages. And number 2, I'm recognized for a good job directly to their culture. And then 5 through 8. Which are, I feel supported by my administrator when I make a decision. The district administrator is doing what it takes to make our district successful. You, the school board, is doing what it takes to make us successful, and that we're headed in the right direction. So each of the teams get their breakout data from their separate buildings, and then we focused on those areas from, again, that literacy, math, and a culture SMART goals are created. And again, I look forward to sharing some of that data with you when that becomes unembargoed. Again, thank you for PLC leaders who engaged in that very important focus on learning over the last 2 days last week. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Sarah Dusick, Malone Elementary Principal. Our good news is that we're just gearing up for the start of the school year. Next week, we welcome teachers back to our workshop week. But on Wednesday at both Malone Elementary and Malone Intermediate School, we're hosting our orientation days where families and students can come and meet their teachers and see their classrooms. And all of the classroom teachers will be giving short presentations in their classrooms at different assigned times where families can learn more about the curriculum and what to expect in the next coming school year. Also during that time, Malone Parent Committee is hosting their Back to School Bash at the Malone Intermediate site. There's lots of fun opportunities for games and activities. I think they're getting a bunch of food trucks, so it'll be a good fun time for families and just kind of be a big bash to start off the start of the school year. Also during that time, we are going to be hosting a fundraiser for the Malone Elementary Playground that we've talked about in the past, that it's becoming unsafe. So we're going to be hosting a fundraiser of a dunk tank, and there will be the opportunity for students and families to dunk different administrators and staff throughout the 3 to 8 o'clock time slot at Malone Elementary. And they're also hosting a Scholastic Book Fair during that time too.
Thank you. Mr. Igo with our middle school.
Good evening, members of the school board. I'm going to start off today by thanking Katie Hillebrand for organizing our new to district staff orientation that occurred over the past 2 days. It was a wonderful orientation for our staff. They started off with some HR and benefit information, learning all about those systems of our district. And then they got to end up with us as administrators and kicking off our mentorship program that's going to take place for this cohort of new staff members over the next 2 years. Just a very well-run, well-organized 2 days. My 2 staff members in the middle school were very appreciative of all of the knowledge about the benefits that they were able to gain, as well as the time that they had to work with us as principals and learning about our mentorship program. The next thing is I'd like to put a plug in for our middle school back to school night next Tuesday from 5:30 to 8:30. This is going to be a time that our families are going to be able to come in, meet, greet our teachers, put names to faces, be able to see the school, walk the building, interact and really do what they didn't get a chance to do last year. Most of our 6th and 7th grade families have not been in the building, so please come to the building during that time, see it, get a good look at it, know where your kids' classrooms are, and get a good understanding of where they're going to be moving throughout the day as we start the school year. Thank you.
Thank you. Principal Figge with our high school.
Good evening. Again, another thank you to our staff who have started to liven up the building. Last week, our PLC leaders, our new staff today, and then we've seen students coming into the building the last few weeks now with our activities and our student council. I think we've had 2 meetings now with the student council. I'm really pleased to say that this is probably the strongest student council representation I've seen in my 5 years here. They're already planning out homecoming, and their goals are amazing. So I'm really appreciative of that, and I think they have great things planned for this year. Another piece of good news is I'd like to introduce our 2 new administrators and personnel at the high school, and so I'll have them join me up here, and that's Mr. Caudill and Mr. Montreal. And they'll both give us a little bit of updates about what they've seen. But one of the last things that I'll say everyone is working toward that I've met with, from Shay, the student council, the gentleman behind me, the teachers who have been in, is really focusing on our goal for this year of creating engagement, connections, and a strong community, not just our school community, but our district community and community beyond. Later on, we'll hear about our back to school night and then some of our ramp up to school days. And I'm really excited just to talk about the ways that we're trying to highlight those connections with each other as students, as staff, as parents, as families, and other community members. So I'll turn it over to these 2 to introduce themselves and provide you with some updates. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Josh.
Good evening, board. Andrew Caudill, Athletics and Activities. This evening I had the opportunity to meet with all of our head coaches, kick off the school year, so we're excited to get our athletics going. Girls golf is off to a great start. They finished tied for first in the Toma Invitational this week. We had some great individual showings last week in Reedsburg. Football starts up this Friday. Volleyball team is off to Hudson Friday for a scrimmage. I should have mentioned football's at home, so we're hosting Spooner on Friday. Cross country will kick off next week in Boyceville, and our middle school programs are also getting started. So we're looking forward to a great year. So thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening, board. Rick Montreal, Dean of Students at the high school. This position is a little bit of work in progress, but I can tell you a few things I've been working on so far. The first thing is student engagement. And as Mr. Figge said, that's going to be a big focal point for what we're trying to do at the high school and in the district this year. Also, we are trying to look at some, with the Dean of Student position, student management. As our representative talked about, some mental health awareness is also in the works. Quick plug I'll put in for a community service afternoon that we're trying to have on August 30th, Monday afternoon. I've got some feelers out there trying to get some people involved, get our kids out in the community to give back to the community. Pretty excited about that. I think that's a win-win for everybody at the high school and in the community. Thank you.
Thanks, Rick. Mark Inouye with Student Services.
Good evening. Well, Dr. Spikuza stole my thunder a little bit with the mental health grant. I will say that that was very exciting to get that email today at 11 o'clock, and it is something that we're going to use to support some of our staffing and really focus in on relationships, connections, identify those students that don't have those types of things, and really be real purposeful about providing those. In addition, the other administrators have been talking a little bit about all the staff that have been coming in over the summer. Today I was lucky enough to have about 20 of our special ed staff come in and do some not really exciting training on SPED Forms, which is going to be our new IEP writing software. But I appreciate everyone who was able to join us and pay attention, and I think it'll be a really nice change for us and allow us some additional efficiency when it comes to some of our required IEP paperwork. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
We're moving on.
We are ready for business.
All right, down to business. First item is the consent agenda. We have the board minutes from July 28th. We have board checks, and we have non-licensed personnel retirements, resignation, employment, and changes of non-licensed staff. Is there anything that the board would like to have removed from consent? I will adopt the consent agenda. Are there any objections? Consent agenda is adopted. Item B, new hires, employment, retirement, resignations versus employment. Is that what we have right there?
Oh, you ready to go on that? Sorry.
Yeah.
All right. So, wanted just to let you know that we do had last week, July 28th, last meeting, you approved the fall coaches. Since then, we have some new staff that have also joined us. We have Jeremy Kurg for football, Madison Wagner at golf, and Mariah Schultz volleyball, and Stacy Helders for volleyball.
Any questions on these?
Is it Mariah Schultz or Micaiah Schultz?
Look to my AD. Micaiah.
All right, no questions. Let's take a motion.
I'll move to approve the hiring of the following coaches for the fall season. Jeremy Kern, football, Madison Wagner, golf, Micaiah Schutz, volleyball, and Stacy Helders, volleyball.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That carries.
At this time, the administration is recommending the hiring of Angela DeZengel as our Director of Human Resources. She comes to us with 18 years of HR experience. She has worked for many different, from manufacturing. She has worked with union shops and also medical personnel. I think she will be an excellent fit for our district. We had over 8 applicants. It's been about a 5-week interview process based on all the schedules and activities in the summer, and I think she'll be a good fit for Prescott Public Schools.
Any questions?
Dr. Spikuza, just how did the search go for this position?
It's other than it was a long process, we had 2 postings. We had to take it down for a while. We reposted. We had interviewed under the first pool. When I asked our administrative team and some of our district office whether or not we thought we had a candidate that would be a good fit, we didn't think we had it at that time. So we did take it down for a couple weeks. We reposted. We then had a more competitive pool, And we had 3 phases of applicants coming in through a screening on site and a team that interviewed. Because of the time, most of it was with administration and our HR consultant that's been stand-in services.
And then what happens with our HR consultant? Will they stay on for transition?
We're hoping to do that, exactly. But it'll step down. The consultant does work for a private firm, and we are currently negotiating, but we hope that she'll be able to provide mentorship because our consultant has worked in public education for a number of years, so she understands the educational side.
Thank you. We need a motion. I'll move to approve the hiring of Angela, say the last name?
Oh, Angela, I hope you're watching. Desengel. And we'll hope that when she comes here, we'll see if I did it right.
I wonder if the D is silent, but to serve as PSD as Director of Human Resources.
Second. Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That carries.
Okay, this one's a unique one. We have had a quick elevation very quickly with regards to kindergarten enrollment. One of the things that the board has usually set as guidelines is to try to keep the target range for kindergarten between class sizes of 18 and 21. We are currently, I believe, at 93 enrolled students. It was 92 when this was typed up. We historically have had 4 sections, mainly because of the disruption that we've all had, and also to kind of concentrate the kids in classrooms. I am recommending that we move to 5 sections at kindergarten and hire another kindergarten teacher, and the name is Jamie DeRose, who did some student teaching here and has been through a couple pools for interviewing, and we think she would be a good fit at the kindergarten level.
Historically, this is something that I have kind of tried to keep track of. The last year, we've obviously had a number of other important issues to deal with. I think I need to say thank you to Principal Dusick for monitoring this and making sure that we are within our guidelines for kindergarten. So thank you for that. That's good enough for me.
I had a question before we move on, just about our students. It sounds like we're growing in the kindergarten, which is awesome. Are these kids moving, were they with us for 4K, some of these kids, some not, and they just hadn't enrolled, or do we have more kids moving into our district?
I'll have Principal Dusick answer that.
So we had 31 students at the K2 level that enrolled this year that were not enrolled with us last year. And of those 31, 23 of them were kindergartners. So
Wow.
it was a huge bubble. The rest, it was 4. In first grade there were 4, and in second grade there were 4. And of those 4, one of them in each of those grade levels was enrolled the year before, and then they unenrolled during COVID last year, and they re-enrolled for this year. So it was just a bubble that 23 of the 31 were in that kindergarten class.
That's great. I mean, it's great when we see ourselves growing as a district and we get to hire new staff, and obviously there's you know, things that we have to do because of it, spaces and all that kind of stuff, but it's great overall. So cool.
All right. Motion?
I'll move to approve the hiring of Jamie DeRose as a full-time kindergarten teacher.
I'll second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That carries. No retirements. We're on to resignations.
We did receive 1 resignation of a middle school teacher. Our 8th grade math teacher, Erica Bomke, has taken another position, and she has submitted her resignation.
Questions?
I'll move to approve the acceptance of the letter of resignation of Erica Bomke, 8th grade math teacher.
I'll second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That carries. We are on to item C, facilities proposal.
Yes, Mike Hoika, who oversees our facility and grounds, notified me in, remember what month we're in, July, that we're running into an issue with our current pickup. It's a 3-ton 2002. It has nearly 100,000 miles on it. The transmission needs to be rebuilt. The tailgate isn't there. He is recommending that we purchase a new vehicle. In addition, the trailer that we use to haul around and transport our pep band instruments no longer is roadworthy. The axle is cracked and rusted, and so we're asking for permission to go out to purchase. And at this time, obviously with COVID and supply chain, it is probably not going to be a new vehicle, but we would like to have something that's newer than 2002.
Tanya, any questions on this?
Just a question about budget, and was this built in into our budget?
Well, it will be if you approve it. So one of the things that we're looking at is we're kind of earmarking at this time, as you know, September 15th, it'll be the first presentation of the budget to our electorate, and then you formalize the budget in October. We're trying to target somewhere between 34 to 38,000 for both, and we'll see if we're able to come in on that.
Okay, great. My only question.
Pat?
No questions other than having volunteered to drive that and the trailer get up for 10 years to football games. It is a safety issue, and I would support it being fixed.
Is that what happened to our bumper?
No, that's the band. I'm just kidding.
Vicky?
No questions.
Steve?
Well, I always have a concern passing something like this without a dollar amount. Any idea what you're thinking of spending or what you're going to put in the budget for this?
Yes, I do believe that the max that we were looking at was 38,000. And we've been able to Mike did not use all of his facility budget last year, and so we were targeting to earmark some of that as we roll between the fiscal year of 2020 and 2021.
Thank you.
All right, we'll need a motion.
I'll move to approve the purchase of a pickup and trailer not to exceed $38,000 for fall 2021.
So just to clarify, with the 38,000, that means if it's over that, we come back and meet again on it next month. Is that the thought?
Well, or Mike finds something combination that's under $38,000.
Well, because that's my concern too, with way, even used trucks right now are hard to find and are expensive, so.
And a trailer.
And a trailer, yeah, so the combination of the two, is there a way that we can?
I guess for me, if we can fit it in the budget and you're looking at it next month to approve, and I know your goal is 38,000, but you can't find something, it's 40,000. I'm not that concerned about it if you're able to fit it in the budget. It's 2,000, you know what I mean? So I hear what you're saying, Steve. You want to give kind of a range so we don't go get an $80,000 vehicle, but
Can we shoot
I also don't know if we need to come back for, I don't know.
Well, I mean, the dollar that Dr. Spikuza told us about, the dollar amount was $38,000, so I assume that came from Mike Hoyka. I don't know why we wouldn't use that number.
Well,
I mean, I can withdraw the motion and we can bring this up in October if you want, or excuse me, in September. Once we have a firmer estimate too.
how urgent is it
I don't
though?
want
I
to
don't wanna-
hamstring Mike being able to get a very needed tool for the district, and is honestly a safety concern. If we don't have a specific quote from somewhere, I think we should, state that and maybe give some latitude. I would agree with Tanya.
Yeah,
Mike, I'll withdraw my motion.
Yeah, all right, who wants to make the motion then?
I move to approve the purchase of a pickup and trailer for fall 2021.
A second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
All right, that motion carries. Thank you. Item D, reopening district and site plans. Rick?
Oh goodness, and how would you and where would you start? What I want to do is, in all honesty, thank everybody that's here, thank everybody that has submitted letters, and also thank you for people that were willing to come up to the podium. As you can tell, it's not easy to speak in front of a lot of people. It's not easy to speak about something that is as dear as the students and the children that you allow us to work with for 7 hours a day for 189, 190 days, to make sure that they benefit academically, social emotionally, cognitively, through social skills and their mental health. So it's not taken lightly, and there's a lot of passion around it. I also believe for the first time that I heard within Prescott and in this room shared values of what we're hoping to obtain and what we can achieve. And so tonight, there has been a lot of work, there's been a lot of reflection. We hope that the newspaper article that outlined some of the discussions that we had on July 28th that went 3.5 hours, the information that has been sent out to families, and then also the information that has come to the board. It's not an easy decision. In fact, as many of you said, it's probably a no-win situation. And so I hope that you understand that this isn't taken lightly. It is something that we have a balancing act or test, and I think that we hope that we are able to put things in place that are able to ensure that students are on site in a safe way, that our staff are in a safe workplace, and that as we navigate this, we understand that COVID is not done with us, that COVID is still evolving, and we hope that we are able to address and manage and mitigate as best we can. But there's no guarantee. And there's no guarantee that some of the steps that we might take today may or may not harm some of our children or staff. And so as we talk about that, our community, you come up and talk about self-interest, and that's appropriate. One of the things that we talked about with the Facility Advisory Committee is that the board also is channeled to balance the greater good in the community. And so I hope as we go through this, the opportunity that we can kind of share with you some of the work that we've done. I kind of touched on some of this on July 28th in my communication over the last few weeks out and also on the website. We've tried to make sure that our primary focus is that we know the best place for students each and every day is in school learning with high qualified staff. We heard it in the room today, and regardless of which side you are on, a lot of it was about face coverings, but it's not the only thing. And so we know that students are more than just, that we're not just trying to protect and balance about the risk of COVID. And so we have to weigh the other risks that students have by being isolated, by being either sequestered or not able to be on site, not to be with their peers, not to be engaged in extracurricular activities. We have learned a lot over the last 2, but yet disrupted academic school years, and our commitment is to make sure that every aspect that we talked about and the focus on mental health with another $75,000 and potentially up to $150,000 is invested in our programs. We also know that based on the current rate of infection within Pierce County and also in Prescott School District, we were able to successfully navigate our 4K and K-5 programs and keep our programs open. It is true that we had face coverings, and that is something that we will be talking about this year. As a staff, and also for our secondary students, K-12, what is different between last year and this year is we have the opportunity for individuals to make an individual choice about being vaccinated. We've made it incredibly easy for our staff, and our goal as teachers come back and all our staff come back is to identify what percentage of our staff are vaccinated. That's a critical component to keep our system open. It has nothing to do with whether or not individuals will choose. It's not a proposal by the administration in any way to ask our staff or to mandate our staff to be vaccinated. It does matter with regards to how many subs we need by custodians, bus drivers, is that if our staff are out or quarantined, we may not be able to keep our system open. And I just want to make sure that you have that information as a board. In addition, for students, we understand that students that are below 12 years of age are not able to be vaccinated. And so as we think about that, those are some of the things that you'll have to weigh as a board as you make your decisions tonight. I also want to mention that our staff, as somebody mentioned earlier, also about healthcare workers, our staff performed heroically over the last 2 years. I've seen them step up. I've seen them teach extended hours. I've seen them teach beyond the school day, meeting with students online. They taught students in classrooms and concurrently through simulcast. These are models that cannot be sustained. It is unfair to ask teachers that were under emergency situations, admirably executed, to continue that for a third academic year. And so we'll talk a little bit about the models that we have may not be able to be things that were done earlier, just because I don't believe you would be able to sustain as a district and as a board all of your employees. What I did want to share is that these are some of the things that a school board has to balance as they make a decision for the greater good. And to be able to organize that, I am sharing and borrowing from Broadman and Clark, which is a law firm in Wisconsin. They presented to CISA 11 superintendents on August 9th, and there were 7 key things or factors that they asked school boards and superintendents to discuss as they move forward in reopening their schools. And there's a lot of balancing tests at times. The first one is that there is a liability shield, but it does have limits, and we'll talk about that. It does talk about checking in with regards to vaccination status for employees and students, primarily to cut down not on treating students differently or employees differently, but being able to understand pragmatically, if 90 students in a class at middle school or high school are vaccinated, it will cut down on the time that we do contact tracing and having to work with outside agencies. If we have 90% that aren't, it just increases the probability that we might not be able to stay open, but that is our primary goal, and we hope that we can each do our part. We also know that COVID testing and symptom screening for employees and students can be helpful. We know that we talked, and I heard people comment that if you are showing symptoms and sick, keep your child at home, and those are things that we'll be talking about as well. There are mitigations or a weighing of masking and physical distancing. There are items about who can quarantine and isolate, and navigating employee leaves of absence. One of the things that we did talk about, and I just want to clarify again, is that when an individual is positive for COVID-19, that's when by law they are put into isolation. Quarantine and isolation are the call of Pierce County Public Health, not of the Prescott Public Schools. And our recommendation will be, as we go forward, presented to you about where and when we'll participate, and making sure that we give families updates and information so that they can make their own individual choice about whether or not a student would stay in class. The next part is just about the liability shield. It is a law that was passed in March 1st of 2020. It does protect school districts in case of civil liability for death or injury, and that is backdated as well as going forward. But there are very specific things on the there are 4 bullets with regards to the immunity clause. And what we need to focus on primarily tonight, and I'm going to make sure that people understand that we didn't come in and gavel out on your decisions. And that is, on bullet 3, is that we cannot we have to ensure that you were examining the information at the time as you made a decision, that you were weighing the balance of individuals and your community, and that it wasn't just a wanton, reckless, or intentional neglect of mandates, rules, and recommendations from the sources that we've been looking at. So let's just do a quick review of where we are currently within Pierce County and also with regards to Prescott. This was from the New York Times. Understand that the Delta variant is in the blue. What we do want to share with you is that this is looking at X and Y axis. The Y axis is the severity with regards to fatality rates or deaths related to different viruses. As you can see, Delta and the original COVID-19 are very similar at this point with regards to death, although the Delta variant is more like chickenpox with regards to not the severity of death, but on the contagion. So Delta is the variant is as transmissible as chickenpox compared to some of the other things. So again, if you move left to right, it's on whether or not something is spread faster, and the other one is with regards to more deadly. This is a chart that was taken on August 12th with regards to Pierce County. And this is mislabeled by Pierce County, but it is from March of 2000 all the way to what's coming up here with regards to trending towards September. What I want to share with you is that there is what is confirmed and probable rates with regards to infection, and then the red bar is the 7-day average. When you look left to right, you will see that in the time frame around, if you recall, Thanksgiving to right after the holiday break was when the infection rates within Pierce County skyrocketed and rocked our world with regards to our middle school and high school needing to move not just from hybrid, but also to have students off completely. But you can see that the infection rate has declined in a stepwise and then a quick drop off. And then I have added an arrow with regards to June 6th. That was the last time you met as a board to talk about kind of the rules and parameters that would be in place. You can see there was a slight bump here in June 6th, and the average or the infection rate since then and the moving average is about the same as it was in June 6th, when as a board you made the decision to move to having face coverings and masks be optional. And so things that we'd have to decide is what is different from June 6th that would change your decision about whether or not masks would be in place compared to the decision that you made in June 6th. In addition, we have looked at, as you know, some of the school boards around us have had meetings over the last 14 days. A majority of the districts around us from St. Croix have made decisions to keep masks optional, with the one exception of River Falls. Now, on the left-hand side, you can see that the daily confirmed cases over the last 7 days for the population is 10.4. Within Pierce County, the average is 4.4. As you recall, last year we did have a matrix heading into the year. If we were using the same matrix that was identifying the number of individuals that were confirmed cases at 4.4, we would be in the green zone, open 5 days a week, on site with students. You can see that although we are close to St. Croix, we have nearly half the rate and a very different average. So a lot of these decisions are about local cases and how it impacts our schools and our families. A lot of people have been worried about death, and a lot of people have talked and seen the data across the United States and the world. This is the information that kind of mirrors the pattern that we showed you with the cases. And again, the death rate did accelerate around November through January of last year. But you can see the 7-day average has decreased and almost flatlined since April of 2021. Let's break that out by age group. You will see that a preponderance of individuals who have died from COVID are 60 and over. At this time, again, these data come from the website available through Pierce County. We broke it out by age group, and you can see at this time there is no identified death from COVID of any individual child 19 years or younger. Beyond face coverings, there are many steps that our district and organization has taken. And so we did want, and what is different between the last 2 years and 24 months that is unique, is that staff were eligible and are eligible to be vaccinated, and we have made sure that clinics were accessible to all our employees. In addition, what's different is that students are able to be vaccinated. And when vaccinated, according to new quarantine rules by CDC, and I have reached out to AZ Snyder with Pierce County, is that an individual that's vaccinated, regardless of how close they were, even if they're in a household where an individual is identified as COVID positive, they would be exempt from quarantine. So one of the things that we know is that there is a possibility, not a guarantee, but a possibility that late fall that a vaccine may be available for students ages 5 through 12 by late fall. And that was when we hit the peak 12 months ago. In addition, CDC, somebody mentioned about the pediatricians, have highly recommended masks, especially for children that have been unable to be vaccinated. There are, and as we talked about, agencies external to Prescott Public Schools that do have the authority or the ability to either withhold money, to penalize us, or to mandate face coverings. At this point in time, none of those agencies, although they highly recommend face coverings, has put in place a mandate forcing anyone to establish face coverings in public schools. At this time, administration is going to be aligned with recommending that we would highly recommend the face coverings were used, but we don't see a need to go above and beyond individuals who are medically trained and have the authority to mandate it, who have chosen not to execute those orders. My job, and as I heard earlier, our focus, my training, is on mental health and educational psychology. We need to elevate back in a word cloud the focus on learning and have more of our conversations about learning and students' mental health. And I think that I, at this time, would recommend that we continue to monitor and include, to the best degree we can, the information from the agencies we're following. But given that they have the authority to mandate it, it wouldn't be my recommendation. We also do physical distancing, spacing, hand washing, and increased ventilation. My QICA, where, and there's an asterisk there, is that not all of our buildings have the same equipment or the same type of controls. Obviously, this building is the newest, has the more integrated system, and we are able to increase the exchange of fresh air, which is obviously better for our students. We have the ability also at the Malone Intermediate School. That one is fully controlled. We are currently examining with our Facility Advisory Committee to make sure that Malone Elementary would be in a similar standing. And our middle school is on unit ventilators, which is the hardest. Hence, some of the more challenges that we've had, not only space, but also on air exchange. Symptom checks. All we're asking is that families would participate to make sure that the symptoms that are released with regards to when students are exhibiting or have vomited in the last 24 hours or had a fever that was pre-COVID, students and families knew to keep their children home for 24 hours. We would continue to ask for that. In addition, we understand that there are some additional symptoms, such as what has been probably one of the best correlates of identifying if a student is contagious or going to test positive for COVID, would be that they've lost the taste or smell. We are going to ask and expect that families would do the self-screening, and if in doubt, ask their child to stay home and test when they're unsure. At this time, we also know that we were not starting the school year with anybody vaccinated in our community. We are now at 53% of our community that has received the vaccination. So we talked about what our beliefs and values are. You heard those from both the array of individuals that have communicated here at our open session, as well as in communication and emails. We also wanted to make sure that every family knew that we have site protocols that go into more detail, that are more age appropriate and fit the building that they're in. We organized our summer work to emphasize that we were looking at safety, not just safety of students, but the safety of our students and also our staff, not only just physical ailments, but also social emotional, and the balance of the loss of not being able to be on site. We also wanted to make sure that when you were making decisions that we were trying to align our responses to our mission, vision, and policies. They were making sure that we met the diverse needs of all students and that there was flexibility, both on short and long term, to make, and as we know, COVID continues to evolve, that what we start with may have to change, but we would have to make sure that we came back and adjusted those collectively. So here are the recommendations from the administration at this time. One, and we talked about this on the 28th, there are entities and there are organizations, and currently we are under a mask mandate with regards to buses. Our recommendation is that if there is an external entity that does have true authority and jurisdiction over Prescott Public Schools to mandate certain behaviors or certain mitigation strategies, that we'd adhere to them, so that we're not picking and choosing which laws we'll follow and which laws we wouldn't. Second, we are highly recommending, but not requiring, not recommending that you require masks on district property, either inside or out. We also wanted to recommend that we would continue to collaborate and follow and look at the recommendations by the Department of Health, the Department of Instruction, and Pierce County Public Health. We will observe, obviously, quarantine orders, because that is something that by statute we are required to do. Close contact tracing. At this time, we wanted to make sure that to any family out there that is concerned, that we will communicate when there's a positive case of COVID in any of our schools. That would go out to all families within the school. We would include and make sure that at the secondary level, that the specific grade level is also identified. At elementary, we would include the classroom. So if you're guessing and you're concerned, any child also, if they're withheld by the parent because of an outbreak or a positive case in the school, it will be a medical exemption. There is not a penalty with regards to truancy and things like that. In addition, we would also make sure and treat it like an illness, and that we would make age-appropriate contact and try to continue to engage families that are enrolled with us to stay up on their academics. Obviously, it's different engaging a kindergarten student than middle school and high school. We have different technology, and all of that is part of the site plans that we can review in a minute. In addition, we'll add to our website 3 specific things. By the end of the week, of the first week of September, we would identify the active number of positive cases that are within our schools. In addition, we'll maintain a cumulative number, so you can see whether or not the number is increasing rapidly or if it's kind of incrementally increasing. We also believe that it would be helpful to continue to include what % of the community is vaccinated. with the nature of, obviously, it increases the probability that we can stay open if it's the number one mitigating barrier for fighting against COVID. I'll give you an example of some of the two of our sites. We're going to pick Malone Elementary and then the high school to give you a sense of course, what the site plans look like. And of course, I shut it down. So bear with me while I bring that up. These plans that we're about to share, if approved tonight, we would make sure that they're on the landing pages for each of the schools. Obviously, what we tried to do is follow a similar outline. I'm just highlighting Malone Elementary and the intermediate will be quite similar. But obviously, we're talking about visitors, arrival, breakfast, and lunch. Some of the steps that we had to follow are no longer in place, and we talked about that with regards to food service. We're bringing back the salad bars. Students will be able to use utensils. We are, however, going to try to, because we have the space, we will be using at the Malone Elementary one grade level at a time to try to cut down on the cross, if you will, pollination of or spread of COVID. At recess, they had cordoned off and had the students playing at a greater distance, given that they're outdoors, and we've learned over time that the concentration of the virus is less outdoors than it is in a contained area. We would still look at trying to space students out, but not to the degree that we did. It'll allow more of our teacher assistants to be in the classrooms, providing instruction and support, versus having smaller groups that are spread out on the campus. We are going to look at ways that we can use the space within each class to keep students in small groups when and where appropriate, but it won't be a consistent instructional strategy. So you will see a range of whole group, small group, and flexible grouping that will be occurring. Our special classes, we are looking at special classrooms, continuing the disinfection and other mitigating procedures. We are we will reinstate field trips. We will be looking at and making sure that students are able to do that, and whether or not this will show up. Sarah, I hope it does. Sarah put together kind of just a cross section of things and steps that were taken last year with regards to mitigating, and we wanted to kind of share how they're parallel. 2021 is on the right. You can see there's a lot of green. Those are things that we had in place. If it was red, it was not in place. At this time, we're kind of reducing some of the things that we, over time, believe were less effective, both on staff time and also for families. And so we believe that this is going to be a more healthy way of kind of using our resources. Any questions with Malone Elementary's proposal and just kind of the format that we have that has already gone out to families, but also then will be posted on our website for all families at the beginning of the school year.
Vicki, you have any questions on this?
No, I don't think that I do.
All right. Shani, do you have any questions on any of this stuff?
Not right now.
Okay. I'll call on you later. Steve?
Not at this moment.
Tanya?
I had a question, and I didn't check yet to see if it was addressed in the high school one, but things like traditions that we had in school a year and a half ago, like assemblies and all that kind of stuff, what our protocol is there, or if we're not having those this year.
We're going to still try to keep avoid multi-grade cross.
And are we able to have them stay? Because I know one of our strongest, right, we're not recommending face coverings. Well, we're recommending face coverings, we're not requiring it with this. And then social distancing is more difficult, especially at that elementary level, because interact so much. So are we still gonna try to cohort and stuff when it comes to those assemblies and stuff with classrooms and? Okay. Okay. Perfect, thank you. That was my only question.
Pat?
No, are we still gonna, is this gonna be open for information and discussion again in that portion of the meeting?
No, because you're gonna be voting on this.
Okay.
So.
All right, so.
Yep.
I think, my only question is, what if, right? What if things change? What if our environment changes outside of a mandate by a jurisdiction having authority? What if we have an outbreak, et cetera, et cetera? I guess I would like to discuss maybe recommending to the administration that they recommend some sort of a metric or some sort of gauge in which we might consider bringing the board back together to evaluate certain circumstances and decide if modifications to the current plan need to be made.
Yeah, well, I was just I'm asking questions based on this document right here, not the overall plan.
Let's table that one, Pat, and come back to it and get through the presentation.
I have similar questions with the overall plan.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. I'm good.
Okay. And here's an example, again, middle school and high school have worked together. They have, obviously, there'll be small nuances based on the facilities, but as you can see, the guiding principles are the same. The key points of interest, we tried to talk about how quarantining and things like that. Again, for contact tracing, our job is to make sure that you're notified as a family if there's a positive outbreak. We are going to be asking that if Pierce County believes that it's a significant issue, is that they have the authority to do contact tracing, and that would be kind of relegated to them. We'll partner with them to the degree we can, but we are unable to sustain our staff time and resources at this time. We do have the talk about, with regards to visitors, we're trying to decrease unless kind of pre-approved and just to cut down on external traffic within our buildings. We are reinstating field trips. We'll talk a little bit about, obviously, for the athletics and things like that, there are no current recommendations from the board on any restrictions to size, capacity, or having to social distance at the football games that are outside for this Friday. The one thing I did want to mention is that obviously as students are at the high school level, their trajectory of a career, going to college, two-year college, career in tech ed, or starting the work environment, we understand that missing classwork, not being able to get the credits they may need to graduate on time, will likely require us to have something that is an option if they were to be ill or out for an extended period of time. So that is where we are proposing that we have a program that we have used before. It's at options. It is paid by a seat, and it's quite expensive, but we do believe that because of the age of the student and the impact of being able to finish their high school career on time is critically different or essentially different than the work that we would be doing with elementary or even middle school. So that is the one that we're proposing with regards to kind of a unique piece. In our recommendation, as you saw, we are not recommending at this time that there would be an option for families to start off campus. We are not staffed to do education on site and off campus concurrently. And it is in what we believe is if students are with us and start, we do have the ability to build a relationship, figure out how we get information, and if a student was off-site, depending on, we have worked with students that are homebound for an extended period of time, and we would make every effort to meet the family's needs at that time. To be able to do, if families choose to stay out of our school, there still are options of free online classes and virtual schools, as well as homeschooling. we'll always welcome anybody in Prescott that would like to enroll, and we'll be committed to the families that are with us and the resources that we have to be able to address that.
Okay, really quick.
We are done.
So can we, the high school plan, first of all, does anybody have any questions on the high school plan? And Cheyenne, have you looked at this? Did you have any questions on this? Okay.
But I guess I have the same question about assembly type thing. Is that like
Pep Fest coming up with homecoming, yeah.
Yeah. Just not sure what we're talking about.
Do you want, I think it's easier to answer at the mic just because people can hear.
And while it's coming up, does anybody else have any questions? I do have one, but.
I have one too, Mike.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right, I'm just getting a gauge here.
Sure. Sounds like I better buckle up. You know, we've spoken about this a little bit. Assemblies, I think, with our focus and our goal of creating connections, engagement, some of the things that over the past year and a half, we definitely suffered. We definitely want to add back in some of our engagement opportunities. I think there are ways to do that in a safer environment, whether that's keeping our students split by grade. One of the things we're really fortunate about is we have an enormous facility that allows us to choose a number of different spaces. This is one space, our gym space is another. It holds far more than what our student body is currently at. So we would plan to have assemblies and maintain try and get as close to our social distancing of 3 feet as possible. Obviously, one of the things we talked about with our pillars is anything can change depending on where the trajectory is of localized numbers.
So I have follow-up questions with that. So when it comes to, I mean, I work at a high school. I know that Pep Fest and all that kind of stuff is very, very important to the culture of a school and just the traditions of a school. I'm concerned with some of the aspects that we don't have a lot of control over. So if the county health department calls us and there's a positive and a positive test result happened to be, you know, within that 2 days of that Pep Fest, what is our expectation of identifying close contacts, or what do we need to do there?
One of the things we're fortunate with is our pre-planning on most of these things and our surveillance system. It's one of the tools that we used for close contact tracing last year, and it allows us to kind of pinpoint student by student where they're at. So if it was, for example, in the gymnasium where most of our assemblies are, it would allow us to say that student was by these other students. If you took a look at our plan, one of the things that goes along with close contact tracing is a recommendation that we would inform those families and ask them to do additional screening and monitoring for symptoms, but that they would have the ability to choose whether their student continued to be within the school or self-quarantined at that time.
But the county can mandate the quarantine, right? And I'm just asking for clarity. We have nothing to do with the quarantining. The county does, and I'm wondering.
My understanding is the county can mandate a quarantine for a positive case.
Right.
But in a close contact situation, that they cannot.
They cannot. Okay. So that's different than last year.
Yeah. And I think the one clarification, I think they can give guidance or they can go to court and get an order. At this point, we've never had a quarantine about close contact go to court order. So that would be the only distinction. It would, if it was recommended and the family chose not to and they're asymptomatic, at this point our recommendation would be that the student would be allowed back into school.
So what I'm hearing us say, just so I'm clear, is that there would not be a quarantining situation anymore unless it was a positive test or a household positive.
Which is different. It's
Which is very different than what I thought.
Isolation is different than quarantining, right?
Yeah. Or isolation, yeah.
Yeah.
I think one of the things we're asking and we're hoping to partner with families on, and I'm glad to hear from everybody tonight because I think all of our goals are aligned. We all want what's best for
Absolutely.
kids. Our avenues there seem to differ a little bit, person by person, but I think if we remember that we all want what's best for our students, that's really important. Similar to one of our speakers earlier who talked about RSV, colds, flus, We would hope that our families would partner with us and be forthright and say, you know, my student is exhibiting some symptoms, they are sick, and regardless of COVID, it wouldn't be healthy to send them for the remainder of the student body otherwise. So we're going to opt to hold them out until things have cleared up rather than any sort of mandate that's taking place.
I had another question
Yeah,
since
just
I'm still.
go ahead.
and I just wanted to comment that I mean, I believe COVID is extremely disruptive for families and getting COVID and all of the health symptoms and long-term symptoms that you could have with that. I also really truly believe one of the most disruptive parts of last year was the quarantining and isolation and stuff. I thought it, you know, I mean, my kids have been, myself, I mean, it's probably 4 times last year when you think about how many days that impacts kids and families. So I understand that, and I know that's not something that we had a lot of control over last year, and it sounds like we have even less of a concern with it moving forward. So my other question though was virtual school options. So I see on your chart, and I'm just trying to understand the distinction, the last little thing on your chart, it says Prescott High School will offer a virtual option for students who do not feel safe or comfortable taking part in on-site learning. To me, that implies that's a choice. If you don't feel comfortable, you can do this online. But what I heard Dr. Spikuza say, and when I read more about the virtual school options, that it was really, if you needed that option, is which one is it, I guess? Can anybody do it, or is it?
I think what we're looking for is clarification from the school board about what you're comfortable with. Dr. Spikuza spoke about a cost. It's $2,500 per student for a calendar year of classes. That seat is regardless of how many courses you're going to take, and at any time if that student opts to come back, the bill is still due for that calendar year. So one of the things that I know is really, really important to families on both sides of this issue is whether they feel comfortable sending their student to school. And having a virtual option at least proposed to you was something that we thought was important. But at the same time, we have similar questions about how sustainable that becomes, depending on the number of students who enroll in it. So Ed Options Academy is someone we've partnered with. We've partnered with them for course conflicts when students during the normal calendar year for the past 3 years haven't been able to fit in a course. If we don't offer a specific course, they have a multitude of courses that they offer. Their teachers are Wisconsin certified and nationally certified in all cases. However, it is virtual education. As Dr. Spikuza stated, our recommendation is, or our belief is that all students learn better face-to-face 5 days a week. And I have certainly had experience where students engage with Ed Options or Wisconsin Virtual Academy or other types of academies, and they're not successful. So Mr. Igo, myself, Mr. Montreal felt it was important to have this on here to see how you felt, because it does have a fiscal obligation for us as a district, and what you would be comfortable with moving forward.
And then just a point of clarity for us as a board, do we need to make a motion on that? Because it could add up financially.
Yeah, let's talk about it. Again, can we table that though and get around to talk about the plan, and then we'll come back to that. Anything else, Tanya?
Nope, those are my only 2 questions with that.
Vicky?
Well, no, the biggest question that I had was who's responsible for letting families know if there's been a positive case, and then who is responsible after that point for the close contact and, yes, quarantining or isolation. And it sounds as though Pierce County is in charge of those positive test results and communicating that there's been a positive. Our only job as a district is to inform families in that classroom, like in the elementary school, or in the high school there's been one, or I guess how are we?
Yeah, so what we believe, our recommendation is at this point that we spent, the administrative team, our nurses, additional staff, our admin assistants, they were here into the late hours every night. They were here on weekends. I think based on the information that we had on the time and the current rates, that other than when households were infected, we often saw spread within a family. We did not see the same impact on some of the students that were quarantined. We are recommending that our job is to make sure that families are informed. We would say that there is an outbreak or a positive case in a classroom. We would also inform all families in that school, because they may also just say, based on the nature that they're concerned. At the high school, getting down to the classroom is a little bit more challenging, so we would do it by grade and school.
Okay.
I have a question about that.
Is your microphone on?
I know, it's
Okay, I don't know if
Very
anybody can hear.
quietly.
There you go.
So with this, like, we would identify what grade level within the high school and the middle school that the positive case was. Obviously, you can't disclose the information about who the positive case was. But let's say there's a family that's just curious if their child would have been considered a close contact. Is that information that we would be giving out, or we can be giving out? Or is that information that we wouldn't go through the process to, figure out?
I think every building is different. My ultimate recommendation at the high school, because we intermingle grades on a period-by-period basis, and I think that's what you're getting at, Shay, is if we were just communicating to our school that somebody is positive, we have 470 families who probably have very little information. If we're communicating to a grade level, because we intermingle in lunch, during 5 periods, during homerooms, really that's not a lot of information to go on. We did stay most nights very late. It was stressful. We dealt with some very unhappy people. However, I think one of the really important things, at least at the high school, because we're unique beyond the other buildings, who can get down to a cohorted or grade level, would be to try and, whenever possible, give more specific information to say, this is why we're giving this to you, without giving any identifiable information about who was maybe a positive case. But what I would hate is 470 families suddenly are on high alert when it really might not apply.
Anything else, Vicky?
No.
Steve?
Mr. Figge, I'm just kind of curious, communication for these documents, and maybe you don't speak for the MES, but if we approve this plan, for example, this becomes the plan. It's a draft document right now. What communication has the district had with the community, with parents, that sort of thing, prior to this meeting with sharing this information, if any?
Specific to this document, I think we've gotten plenty of feedback at board meetings from both sides of how people feel about the topic. I've definitely been in contact with some of our Kiwanis partners, some of our community partners. I have parents who are contacting me and emailing me, I would say on an hourly basis about this. So I think we've got a multitude of feedback on this. I'm going to be the first one to say I'm not an expert on any of these things. I'm not an epidemiologist, I'm not a virologist, I'm not a medical professional. So I think we also, one of our pillars that we have is to work with the people who are in the medical field, work with our community partners who are in the medical field or who are working for Pierce County Health, CDC. So I would say that's kind of the spectrum of information that we've used when we're trying to put together some of these plans.
All right, that's helpful for a different question, but thank you for that. Dr. Spicuzza, I would ask, and we all get emails from parents and phone calls and that sort of thing, so please understand that. They're taken serious. Just trying to understand, at what appropriate level would we send out an email to say, hey, these are the plans that we're thinking about, parents. Let us know if you have any thoughts. I wasn't at the meeting last month. I had other obligations, but were these covered last month? Were these plans discussed in this meeting?
Not the specifics, no.
But this plan was emailed out to your families? No.
Not, no.
Okay.
We're talking about pending. I think there are a lot of nebulous things right now.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
And knowing that the board meeting was tonight, I think it was important for us to bring it to you first, knowing that we had, I think, a multitude of community input from a lot of different facets.
Yeah, and I think continuing to learn and evolve. We think about these types of programs, and I imagine if we had met 2 weeks ago for an hour to review and then to send out a blast to say, hey, this is what the board's considering in 2 weeks. moving forward, maybe we can try and do that a little bit. We're going to get input from parents no matter what. But at least if they have the information, they see what we're talking about, they've got it in front of them ahead of time. And I just think that'll benefit us from a communication standpoint to them. I expect we'll get the same responses and the same emails from the parents that we're getting now, regardless. So, which is great, but just something to think about moving forward on these types of documents.
Pat?
No questions right now.
Okay. I think mine was answered, but I got to ask it to dumb it down for me. The close contact process, the first line, it says all contact tracing will be done by Prescott High School staff. We're not talking about the same type of contact tracing that we did last year. That's basically what you're saying.
Right.
We're gonna simplify it and make it easier for you, right?
Pierce County gives us the information that we need, but they're not within our schools. So when it comes to Shay's question about, well, how do we know who maybe a positive student has been by? How do we inform those parents that they have, or those families that they have a decision to make, and that they should be monitoring those students extra closely? The only person with access to those things, or the only people, are in the front office. And so on that side of things, that's what we're recommending, that we would do the communication side of things.
Okay. All right. Yep, that was all I had. So, okay, thanks, Josh. Doctor, is there anything else that you wanted to cover?
No.
Here?
At this time, it'd be an opportunity for you to kind of discuss the recommendations that are on the screen and clarify any questions that you have.
All right, Steve, you wanna start us?
Yeah, I think one thing, and Pat kind of brought this up before too, but understanding if we have to make changes, what happens. So I'll mix in some parent thoughts and my thoughts as well, but if I look at the Pierce County recommendations, if you will, I don't necessarily agree with some of the language in that document, but it's not a mandate. We don't have mandates at the state level, we don't have mandates at the federal level, with the exception of the CDC and public busing. So that's a little bit of an anomaly regarding that. I don't know, this is going to come back to me. We're going to have a conversation here, I understand that. We talked about immunization. It's a family's choice. They can do what they want to there. On that point, though, I would like to emphasize that the district's really not pushing that very hard. I'll give you one example. We have the ability to mandate staff immunizations, and we've chosen not to do that because that's their right as well. I don't foresee a reason that we would necessarily ever need to do that, but it's an option that we've chosen not to partake in. So understand that, at least from this standpoint, not trying to push that. It's going to be a family decision. It's just a matter of, you make a choice. Sometimes you got to look at the other side of that. We talk about choice. We are offering choices. We obviously need to talk about the online option a little bit. Some of you are going to roll your eyes when I say this, but regardless of what the decision is here in Prescott tonight, surrounding school districts have made decisions on both sides. And if you feel a need, or if it's best for your family to open enroll to a different district, you have an option, right? This is a choice. It's nothing that we want to see happen, of course. Those districts have those same choices. So we want to try to have choice out there. We want to try to have choice in the district, at least I do, which would tend to lead you to where my vote's going to go. I don't know how the five of us who walked in here knowing how they were going to vote tonight. And I'm not going to make a guess at that. I can tell you that I walked in here knowing how I was going to vote. I think I'm going to leave it right there for now. I do have questions again on metrics and what are we going to do to make decisions. Are we going to come together as a board to have discussions? Obviously, if we have mandates that are state or federally mandated, we're not going to have a choice. But I'd like to have a little more discussion on some of those. How we're going to make decisions moving forward. Based on what we've done the last 6 months, I would think the board's going to be heavily involved in that. We're not going to leave that on Dr. Spacuzza's or the other administrators' shoulders to make those decisions, but certainly we need their input. I'll stop there for now.
All right, Vicki.
Yeah, I don't want to throw this back in the lap of Dr. Spacuzza and the other other administrators, if something changes and there has to be an immediate decision made, I think the board, that is our job. We get together in a special session or emergency session, whatever we need to do, and figure it out. And move forward from there. Until we have mandates specifically thrown at us that we don't have choices because we're looking at, the funding issues, the liability issues, that sort of thing. I want our kids back in school face to face with teachers. So I think we need to do everything we can to make that happen. The idea for a virtual option first sounded to me like something that would be doable, but with the added expense and not knowing, and then even the possibility of kids then coming back to school, but we're still on the hook for that, we're still paying that out, and not knowing what that number could be. I tend to kind of agree with Steve. There are other districts that have made their choice as to what their school year is going to look like. So I guess if families don't agree with where we're at or feel it's in their best decision to not have their kids here, I'm not sure how I feel about just making this virtual option kind of an open-ended number, I guess. Because now this is where, we've talked about the budget before and cost of things, and I guess I don't want to see that number just skyrocket by September 1st, and then by middle of November, the kids are back in school and aren't doing the virtual thing, but we've still paid for it. So I don't know about the virtual thing, virtual options.
For the virtual, we did note that we would have to be notified by September 1st of families who want to do that, correct?
Yeah.
And then we have a budget discussion to follow up a few weeks later at our annual meeting. So, I mean, potentially we could have that list as we're building the budget.
As we're building the budget.
Anything else, Vicki?
No.
Tanya?
Well, I guess I have many questions, but I just kind of want to close the loop on some of the things that this side of the board brought up, because, I have those similar questions rather than just giving Rick a list to come back to. So the first one, I guess one of the things that was brought up was open enrollment, and I just want to clarify, is there an open enrollment date that you have to open enroll into other schools by?
Yes and no. So there are different windows, but for the most part, families at any point can choose to open enroll.
Okay. And then I also wanted to clarify, we're talking about getting our kids back in school, and I just wanted to clarify that our 4K through 5th grade was in school the entire time last school year. So when we're talking about getting them back in school, that's a secondary. Those were our only kids that weren't in school full time, so which was awesome. I was really proud to be able to do that for our kids that need that direct attention. I mean, all of our kids do, but those little ones, really do when they're not even reading to navigate stuff. And then Steve, you brought up right away, I think kind of metrics or whatever, when do we get back together and how to support that, and I just wanted to close that before I ask other questions. And I also believe that we either have some sort of metrics put out there and it's very clearly defined, similar to last year. We had two. We had one metric out there. It was defined how we would shift to different kind of learning models. We approved that at a board meeting. You used it. We came back. We revamped it. We approved it again. That allowed us to do things, move quickly and stuff like that. I'm okay not doing a metric like that, but then I think what we need to do is talk about and just settle on, we are going to come back together as a board every time we move on what kind of things and what kind of topics. So hybrid, for example. Let's hope we don't ever have to get there, or distance learning or whatever. We want to, masking would be something we would probably want to come, because it is such a important topic to so many people. And what other things would we want to come back together on before we make changes? Because, when I'm looking at that chart, there's 20 things there. And we're not going to come back for everything. So can we define some of those things?
Well, and so with one, I would just say that we are not proposing that a hybrid would exist. So
Great.
we're all in or we're out.
Perfect. Okay.
So, Tanya,
So
just to
if we're
stop-
all out, that'd be a reason we would come back, for one thing.
Just for one point of
Yeah.
clarity, if we're gonna, when we need to meet,
Yeah.
it doesn't have to be in person either. I think that's important to understand.
That we could meet virtually.
If
Yep.
someone's traveling or whatever, we can meet at 9 o'clock at night to have a conversation for an hour, or whatever may, just,
Yep.
so there are options for us.
Yeah, which is great that it's, some of the learning that we've had from this last year and a half. But okay, so if we go to distance, right, that's a reason for us to come back. If we think, hey, we've got to put this mask thing back in, because, an example would be your second slide here, number, I don't know, second slide on that one. It says, last year we were especially good with mitigation with 4K through grade 5. Well, we had masks in place, right? So there were some differences there. And so those are things that I want to make sure that we come back and talk about if those things have to change. And they might have to change. Or if there's a mandate out there, then before that's implemented, are we going to come back and have that discussion to choose to implement a mandate, or is it implemented? So I just want to put those things out there and see where everybody falls, and what other things do we need to decide to come back to meet for. So masking, I'm hearing masking seems pretty universal we'd want to meet on, because that's a big shift. Okay.
As far as
coming back and making
having
a
the board
decision.
make the decision instead of allowing the administrators to make
Yep.
the decision, yes.
Because a lot of that matrix board can make, right, or administrators can make. Lunches, that doesn't need to come back to us. Assemblies probably doesn't need to come back to us. But there are some things that do need to come back to us.
I respect your opinion there. I just disagree. If it's COVID related, we need to talk about it. This is a pretty big deal for all of us and everyone involved. And it might be a 15-minute discussion on whether this lunch should be split into an extra lunch. Maybe that can be administratively done in the building over, with time. But when you start talking about lunches, now you're gonna have to wear a mask at lunch versus today you don't, for example. We need to talk about that.
Well, I think definitely masking. I disagree that we need to talk about management changes or changes to how we walk down the hallway. Those things are going to happen sometimes as we learn.
Sure.
This is a trial and error. Again, we're in another school year trying things different, and it is different. There isn't masking. Things are different. And I want to give our administrators the room to learn and grow and meet with PLCs and whatever teams you guys have to adjust on the
normal course of business and it
happens. Yep.
Yeah, I agree.
But the big things I think we need to meet back with. And I want to make sure that we're clear on what those big things are for us. For me, it's masking. For me, it's when we go into any instruction that's not in the classroom anymore, right? Like kids are required to be learning from home, or we have to go to, I know we don't want to do hybrid, but I'm just putting out anything like that. I think we need to meet.
Well, I think we could have criteria, but we need to leave it open-ended to some point, because there may just be some things that come up that
Yep, absolutely.
we hadn't seen. But no, I agree. There's some definitely.
Any new mandate that gets put out there, we should probably meet. Or at least I think we should probably meet to discuss.
I agree.
Anything else?
I'm trying to get around the room here and give everybody a chance to talk here, and then we'll circle back with everybody. Pat, do you have some comments?
I want to piggyback on the get back together and make decision thing. I think there's make sure we're doing what's right for the health of our students and families and staff, but then also, Rick, maybe that metric, maybe we need to discuss too, and this goes back to one of the legal slides. At what point in time, or is there a metric that can be recommended where we may need to consider if we might be acting recklessly, and make sure that we're legally safe from that as well? So just another thing to add to reasons to get together as environments may change. WIAA, Andrew, so I was on their website. I don't see it, but I think I remember saying that during tournaments, so the WIAA right now allows their member schools to act, they're allowing the administration and the board to dictate what happens. But during the tournament, if you were a member school and you're participating in that tournament, I believe there was some rules about we're going to follow something, whether it's the CDC, the county, the prevailing, again, I'll go back to that jurisdiction having authority. What can you remind us what that is?
Yeah, so during regular season, we fall under our local school board. As soon as we move into postseason, we have to follow the WIAA's quarantine process, which they're using the CDC. So if we determine through Pierce County that there's a close contact during postseason, that student athlete for the WIAA would have to quarantine for the specified days. There's tests that they can get. There's a process they go through, but that only has to be followed during postseason. And they sent a notice out saying as of now they're not changing it for fall.
Right.
So that's where we are.
So if we were to throw that out as an example, right, with everything that I think Mr. Figge just stood up and probably answered a lot of questions about who controls quarantine and who controls close contact and everything. If we have a student, if anyone in here was a student participating in a WIAA athletic sponsored sport and it's tournament time, it is no longer necessarily under the purview of a school, the administration or whatnot. It will fall on the WIAA and the CDC to determine whether quarantine is necessary or not. Is that correct?
But
And that's going to be very different.
Well, one clarification though, it would be for the extracurricular activity, not for the instructional activity.
Fair enough, but I think that's a really important thing for people to understand.
It would also cover practice. It'd be athletics, but the student, per what you decide, can still be going to school, but they just can't participate in the sport because the sport falls under what they're saying.
Right. So very important to understand. And then obviously we've talked about the bus situation as well, out of school board and administration hands. Thank you for that. Dr. Spikuza, so the virtual option, would there be in any instance that we can think of that the virtual option would be, if we choose not to, the district pay for it? Is there any reason to believe that it may be required by law by means to, allow everybody access to a public education? That may be an unfair question.
Well, I
but
think we were
it's a
last
question.
year.
Yeah, it would depend on the circumstances. So obviously you have special services with students with IEPs. It all comes down to whether or not they have free access to public education. So we're not obligated to provide it. It's a choice that you can, because there are other options families can choose through homeschool, virtual that are no cost academies, or enrolling in another school district.
Okay. Thanks. Right now, that was it for me right now, Mike.
All right, so it's on my mind, the virtual school option. That we're just talking high school virtual school options. We're not talking about this for other, like. Okay. I guess
so,
my.
For all,
Yes.
right?
No.
No.
6-12. I was gonna say you have
6-12.
Oh.
Yep.
It is okay. It is
for
6-12.
middle school,
Yep.
yep.
Okay. All right. My original thought was based on high school, and we do provide option. I'm not for virtual school options. I think it's either you're on site or you're not, and I don't think we should incur costs to allow people to take advantage of virtual school on our bill. It's just my personal opinion. If especially if it's, it could be for a number of reasons, but it's being framed up that it would be for COVID concerns, our safety or health concerns around COVID, and I think we have enough in place here at the high school level and most of the middle school level has options to get vaccinated.
Can I just ask a question on your point? Dr. Spikuza, could we ask families to pay for the virtual year? The $2,500? If that's
We have to provide a free education.
That's why I'm asking the question, yeah. Just for clarity.
So
It's free introduced.
it's my 2 cents.
If
Sorry,
you,
Mike.
yeah, so, two different questions asked, right? So, if we're providing that service, then it would be on our dime. Now, families can still access virtual schools, they just would no longer then be enrolled in our district, and then obviously we lose funding, but they have access to free and appropriate public education. There are cases where there are, and I think Mr. Figge kind of shared, is that there are times where we have afforded students that had course conflicts or were unable to take a class that we don't offer, that we have been using this as an option. So there's going to be times either because of homebound, that it is a product or a vendor that we pull in. I think what we're asking is, we've already said that we can't be all things to all families. We want to be on site. We know that there may be either individual choice or circumstances that wouldn't allow somebody. We know that we can't sustain, based on our current staff and technology and workload and the pressure on our staff, to do hybrid. And so we're recommending we're on site, or we're in a situation where it gets so out of control that we would have to close a grade, a classroom, or a school.
Mike, can I ask another question about the virtual learning? Which is, and I understand 6 to 12 is our focus, and I get that they're, academics are kind of increasing, and college readiness and all that stuff. But those are our students that have options to be vaccinated, right? So why are we not focusing on some of our younger kids that don't have the option to be vaccinated, who might feel more comfortable learning from home, or their families might learn? Like, to me, that's a spot where I am much more open to virtual schools and paying for it, because they don't have those options right now.
I'll defer to the board. It's a $2,500 additional cost that families can already access at no cost. And I think we just don't have the resources to put that on our staff to teach 20, 25 students in a classroom and do that. What I would recommend is, we also have technology that we have used that we still are able to engage students. So if they're out for a short period of time, or we're sick, we have used Google Classroom. We have used that quite effectively, 612. At the elementary, I believe it's a consistent program now at 4th and 5th grade. We now have Seesaw, so there are technologies that are still allowing us for students that might be homebound for a period of time, that we're not leaving. We don't want to leave anybody high and dry, but I do think we have to be balanced to make sure that we have a staff that comes back for fall 2022.
So I guess where I fall with this, and I mean, I don't know. Where I fall with this, generally speaking, is I think that the board should be willing to offer a virtual option if there's a medical necessity there, right? I know some of our kids are fragile, right? And I understand that. But just being an overall choice, I understand that we can't afford that, quite frankly, and there are some free options. And kids at that age do have the choice to be vaccinated if families and kids want to. It's our younger kids, they can't learn from home the same as our older kids. They can navigate those systems, they can read those systems, they can read the teacher's notes and stuff like that, PowerPoints, whatever. But our younger ones struggle with that more. So if I were to say I'm willing to put a lump sum of money towards virtual learning, I would be much more comfortable putting that to our kids that don't have the choice of being vaccinated and are still really uncomfortable with being in school, or their families are for whatever reason. So that's where I fall with that.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, Tanya, and the lower grades, that makes sense. I don't agree with the medical piece, though. I mean, we've seen over this last year that, I won't speak for Dr. Spicuzza, but I can imagine the difficulty of trying to decipher, a chiropractor saying your kid can't breathe versus a doctor saying that. I don't think the district should be responsible for determining those types of medical situations. Obviously, we have children who have inhalers that they keep in the classroom or whatnot because of that type of thing. But I just think it's a difficult line to toe to try to determine kids' medical situations based on if we're going to allow them to do, online or whatever the case may be.
And just to clarify, I mean, the school does that stuff all the time. We have to for 504 plans. We have to for IEPs, depending on the disability area. So it's not something that isn't already happening. And I would imagine that if it's a student that's that fragile, that they really have some concern with being around kids and germs and stuff, they probably already have an IEP or 504 plan to protect them and stuff. So that stuff is already there and gathered. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know if we even have students in that situation. I'm just understanding it more from that perspective than my daughter is able to learn in school,
I'm going to ask this question. There's a perception that unvaccinated kids and vaccinated kids are treated somewhat differently, and I can kind of see where someone might see that based on, earlier conversation. If you're vaccinated, you're not going to go into a close contact drill. If you're not vaccinated, you will. I just am wondering kind of what that's based on from a medical standpoint, or I don't know where that decision's kind of driven from, but if you could help us just to understand that a little bit, Dr. Spicuzza.
So with regards to the guidelines that CDC has put out, and then Wisconsin Department of Health has adopted and Pierce County has identified, is that they have agreed that if an individual is vaccinated, they will no longer continue to identify that individual as being recommended for being quarantined. So that was for us in communicating that out, is that it eliminates any additional work by our. What's different this year than last year is that if a teacher is vaccinated, they're automatically, we don't have to give them additional information or have to worry about them being relieved of duty for the 14 or 7 days. And so it takes a lot of burden off the time to do that contact tracing, but also then for the individual student. For students that are not vaccinated, at this time, we are proposing that unless they are symptomatic, we will notify families to make that decision on whether or not they are staying in school or going off campus. The only individual at this point that we would be looking to would be Pierce County having an order that says that individual would have to stay out. And at this last year, I do not believe, I could be wrong, but I do not believe that there was any court order on some of the quarantines. And now that's why we're going to, they can pursue that. I don't think it ever was pursued.
Thank you for clarifying that. One other thing that, I've been on the board, 7.5 years, Mike, you've been here longer. We always hear about communication. I think the district really tries to do a good job, but it's hard to reach everyone. So, for instance, if we're going to call a meeting to discuss COVID issues or making changes or whatnot, can we use our alert system for that? Emails, texts, phone calls, if it's 24 or 48 hours ahead of time. I mean, it won't hit the entire community, but at least it'll hit the families. So they've got notice of those things happening.
I think especially the way that you have framed up that these would be major significant changes, that either let's just say we're moving to distance learning and it's going to be a prolonged or protracted time, or you would change moving from highly recommended to required. I think that would be in our best interest, is to use the like we do with snow days, get the phone calls. We can set that up and alert people that the meeting, whether or not it's virtual or in person, is put out there.
Well, I mean, we follow the rules, if you will, for posting meetings, but putting in the paper or putting something up at the library just doesn't hit the people that we need it to hit. So I think that would be a good step for communication anyway.
All right.
Hey, Mike, I got one more add on. Steve, you brought up a really good point about, the vaccinating or not vaccinated type thing. And Dr. Spicuzzi, you said how the district's going to handle it. This is certainly not a commercial for it, and I know that we're here for education first, but I think sports and activities are also an important part of the culture and what our kids do. There is, to the point of the WIA following CDC guideline, again, I just want to emphasize that right, wrong, or indifferent, they are making a distinction there. As it stands right now, they are not requiring, if you are, I'm looking at their website right now, what's it say? If you fully vaccinated, symptom-free individuals are exempt from quarantine. I got that right? So again, just another informational piece that, whether we like it or not, that's the way it will be.
That's a good distinction, yes.
And so just for clarity, the proposal is essentially masks are optional but highly recommended in school facilities, buildings, athletic fields, whatever the case may be. Masks will be mandated on buses, public transportation, right?
Correct.
And then we still don't know what we're doing with online, but.
So that's where I want to get us to. So we need to take some action here. So we have plans. We don't have a prepared motion in front of us, Dr. Spicuzza, but I think what we want to do here is try to frame this up so we can at least approve or vote on. It would be that last slide that you have up there.
Slide 17.
Right?
Yep. Is there anything on there that needs to be altered or changed?
And we can treat this as is and then pull the virtual option as a separate motion behind this if we so choose. If as we approve this, we'll have to have another motion for that because I don't think it's clear. All right. Is there any other discussion or clarity that we need here? I didn't get to Shay. I'm sorry about that. Did you have some comments that you would like to make on this proposal?
No, everything was pretty much it. I guess I would just like to say that I appreciate you guys trying to keep us in school as much as possible because that's probably what helps us the most. Masks are not, kids just don't do that. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Mike, I had a question with number 1. So the number 1, this is the mandate one, and this is just because every time there's just so many different words and the language is constantly changing. But when I look at the liability shield law, which we just presented a little bit of information on, they had, and this is a quote from there, that we cannot completely ignore government guidelines or orders. And so we're using the word mandates and orders. I believe we should probably use the word guidelines, which is what we followed before because we were told we had to. And our liability shield law specifically calls out that we can't ignore guidelines. So I just want to have I don't know.
Yeah. I think that opens the door for misinterpretation though. If you start saying abide by guidelines,
so then
that changes everything. I think.
Well, and that is one of the, that's the overall question is when does something become a guideline versus an order? But I want to point out that the liability shield law specifically says guidelines.
Yeah. And I think, and I'm not a lawyer, what I would share with you is at least from that law conference, and that's why we walked through this, is that we were encouraged to say that you weren't neglecting guidelines, that you used guidelines to influence the decision that you made at your local level based on your community and school district needs. So I think in this case, what we're trying to articulate is guidelines have been reviewed, guidelines have been consulted, guidelines have been part of the guidelines where we think are appropriate have been embedded in our plan. But to be honest, some of those documents are hundreds of pages long, and it would be nearly impossible to say that we're abiding by all those guidelines. I think it influences our plan. What I think I wanted to make the distinction here is that there are entities, like WIA, that do have authority and jurisdiction over us. And so the question is that as long as there's that authority or entity, we're not going to bicker about are we following or not. So you can challenge almost any authority. The question is that a good use of district money? And is that a good use of our district time and board time? When what I heard at the comments is people want us to be focusing on learning and the social emotional health of our students. And so my suggestion here is if there is a true authority and they have the ability, and people have asked me, well, name them all, and you can't, because the Supreme Court sometimes will rule on an issue that says somebody thought they had the authority and later it's retracted. So all I want to say is that at the time, we'll follow, if there is a court order or a mandate, that we'd follow it.
Yep, so we'll stick with the mandates and orders as language. And not the guidelines and stuff. Yep.
That'd be my recommendation.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm just trying to get us to a motion here. And we can either take what we see verbatim on this screen and make a motion to accept that and then vote on it, or we can table that and get and do a motion on the virtual learning first. I think it could go either way. It doesn't matter, because we can override. You know, if we want to talk about virtual learning, let's just do that. Let's go through and do a motion here. And Steve, I was asking Steve if we should read this whole thing or if we can just kind of make the motion based on what we see on slide 17.
Well, so have two separate motions, one virtual and one this slide.
Well, I caution you on that because
Yeah,
this
I know.
slide incorporates the plans that we have, which incorporates the virtual learning.
So what if we do virtual learning first?
Okay.
So that way we know how we're going to adjust that plan.
Sure.
We could, because the virtual learning could affect
Right.
anyone involved, I would think.
All right. Let's go through virtual learning really quick. Again, around the room, does anybody else have any comments on that, or does anybody want to make a motion on virtual learning? I stated my comments. I'm not for it. That's all I'm going to say there. So if there's anybody else that has anything to add.
I would just add, it's not a preference, but if you consider the math of a student leaving the district, we have no dollars coming in, versus the math of a student in the district minus the $2,500 for virtual learning, we still have dollars coming in to fund the district and programming. So if you want to look at dollars.
So is that the case though, Rick? That we would get state dollars?
Well, we get for anybody that's enrolled at the time, right? And so it does vary across time. So they take, we have those third Friday counts. We have the second Friday count in January, and then they average this information. So if a student is with us at certain points in time, we are allocated dollars for them. If they truly would leave and go completely virtual, then we would only get a proportion of the time that they were here.
And your recommendation is to, are you on the fence on this one?
Well, I think without parameters and without a complete cap, I think it'd be really hard to manage. I think that setting a timeline of September 1st, I think, is what we're asking for, and then to be able to come back to the board on what that cost is. It's going to be very different if we're talking about 5 students or talking 100. And I not having that information makes it really hard to give you a recommendation.
Is that what are you asking us, like, what would be a reasonable cap to work with?
Well, it's either that or that we would come back in September with the number of requests and 4 other parameters.
I would rather not. I'm concerned with coming back after the school year's already started. I mean, these kids are wanting to start their school year, whether it's here or online. I think they need to know.
I'm just not sure we can cap it.
Yeah, but it does, I mean, it opens the door though, if we have 20 kids that go virtual and we got a bill of whatever that adds up to, 50,000.
Well, Tanya had mentioned medical, and we do have.
So we are,
things in form or
yeah,
in
so some
place
were,
for that.
so on the medical IEP and 504, those would be mandated. We don't really, those are things that they're a protected class.
Okay.
We would be only talking about students that aren't a protected class, that are deciding whether or not to, for whatever reason, don't want to be on site and want to stay home.
Let me ask this, and I don't know what this looks like, but why can't we offer one of the free options?
Really good question, because it is something that we have on our long-term plan. In order to be a virtual school, you have to go through a process and be sanctioned by the Department of Instruction. So it is on our radar, and we're working with Mr. Figge to try to explore, could we become a sanctioned virtual school or option? Unfortunately, the deadline is passed for this academic year. So there is a timeline and process to be a sanctioned virtual school.
So the district would have to do that. If I'm a parent and I just go out and dial up ABC school, and that's where my kid's gonna go for the year, right? It's not within the school district. Are those,
Those are free, and that's open enrollment.
but how are they tied to Department of Instruction, or if you know?
They're overseen just like we are overseen. So they would unenroll in our district and enroll in theirs, and that's kind of I don't want to say consequence, that's a tough word, but right, they're not in our district anymore. Their diploma doesn't come from our district if they graduate any longer, if they enroll those. If they enroll in these, they're still coming from our district. They're still part of our district. So it's I think a big decision for a family to make, right? You can always come back to your home school, which is us. We always are going to take kids back, or required to take kids back. But that's how it's free. But those programs are getting full. I mean, I have families struggling to get into those too. So those are decisions that, like these kinds of things, are we going to offer something like that or not, is important for families to make decisions with.
So on that level, the $2,500 option, are there limits there? I mean, from the organization I don't know who, the education organization.
You're more in contact with them.
In terms of number of enrollees, no.
There's no max.
Okay.
They've been prepping the past year and a half for this. I've reached out just proactively to see if they could accommodate
I don't know where everybody's at on this. I could maybe concede on a cap for now, but I don't think we can leave it wide open. It just feels like, I don't know enough about this, I guess, and what the numbers would look like. That's my opinion. And I'd be willing to pull something together, if we have better numbers in the next week or two before our next board meeting, to try to do that if we wanted to hold a special session to approve something else. I just need to understand, like, what's our risk, and how much do we potentially stand to lose, given this, or is it a net gain as well? Those are questions I don't know.
And unfortunately, we won't have that information tonight. I guess personally, my recommendation would be, I would like us to at least have that arrow in the quiver, that we have an opportunity, that as a tool. I don't think having it completely wide open is, from my point of view, prudent at this time. And so I guess I would be more comfortable saying, yes, I think it's important for us to have. Second, that we put some type of cap on, and then if we exceed that cap, we come back to you in an emergency meeting and say, wow, there was a groundswell more than we thought, and this is what it's going to cost. And I think that would be something to ask permission to go above.
So a couple questions with that. One, I wanted to bring it back to elementary and consider them in this as well. And then two, what can we afford for a cap? I mean, I have no idea where this fits in the budget.
And I would look out to Josh. Do you have any sense, based on the conversations, and I know we had orientation week this week, about, do we have a sense of how many families might be considering this?
I think
glad you called that out because these documents indicate that if you're in, you're in for the year. I don't know that there's any discussion or dispute about among this board, at least no one's mentioned it, so, but good clarifying point.
So is it possible to come back to this?
I don't know if you can. I know
Yeah,
my district.
I would just caution us, I don't know honestly about
can
if
even-
somebody lives within our district boundaries, if we could. I would have to check that out with legal. My first gut level would be, we wouldn't be able to say somebody that lives within the district boundary and wants to be back on site could.
I think we can say like it'd have to be at like a semester change or something. I mean, I think that there's some stuff, you know, it's like a reasonable transition time.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be curious too.
Let's do this. And I'm just throwing this out there just to move us on. Can we give a conservative cap to give to the administration to work with to allow for some of that need to be met? And I don't know what that, I would look to you for that number, Rick, and I know it's on the spot, but that's as far as I would go. I don't think we can keep it open-ended, given that we just don't have enough information on all of the different scenarios, and also as well as how much we're going to potentially stand to lose on this.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say I'm all for these options. I really wish we had these options, but I mean, I'm hearing $70,000 potentially.
Yeah.
And what I'm also concerned about is like, how do you pick and choose? I mean, that's not fair either. I mean, so that's really tough for me for us to give like, here's a $20,000 cap. That means, what is it, first come, first serve? Because I listened to this meeting, you know, or is it you have the high, like, how do you judge that? That's where we get into those medical things of
Leave it up to
picking
you
and
guys to
choosing.
figure that out.
Yeah, and I don't know if we want to be doing that.
So, I mean, do you have, is that?
No, what you're identifying is that no good deed goes unpunished. You're gonna have to set who's in and who's out, even if you set criteria. And so, you know, I think the biggest decision is, do we want that as an option? And if we want it as an option, you put a circuit breaker on it, and then we have to find out from the families how many. And you know, those will be tough decisions, but I think that they would either have to be, you'll hear about it, we'll come back, and depending on if we have more volume or
And not
more
to be-
requests.
Not to be devil's advocate, but since it was brought up, if we had met 2 weeks ago in a work session or something along those lines, we may have these answers and we could have made this decision an hour ago.
So 100%. That's why I just want to move on. So can you give us a number?
Can't just move on. So, I mean, do we need to have another meeting?
I think we're going to end up having to.
Next week?
If we put a cap on it and it goes over the cap, we would.
I don't want to withhold
Either that
these
or we
people
just
from
table it and leave it open-ended and then come back to it completely. I'm fine with that too.
We have 12 days to the deadline. Right. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, I feel like, Rick, I feel like you probably need to work with your team and see how much we can afford within our budget. I can't even guess.
How about that? How about we leave it open-ended and task the administration to come up with a number that will work?
We approve these normally at meetings, right? Am I correct that we normally approve the spending for this option for kids? I thought we see these at meetings anyways.
Not like this, but.
So we do the early college, those programs.
ones, yeah.
Right.
I mean,
So
it's kind of simple.
we could follow that protocol. This is a new expansion.
Yeah, but you're right. If there's a deadline that's approaching quick, I think we've gotta act quick on this and put it out there right away to
And
families.
give Rick the discretion for how much money we can afford to put towards it.
So is there any reason we couldn't ask for responses? I mean, we could put something out by tomorrow. And we could ask people to respond sooner.
We need more information. I think that's definitely possible. My only fear is that once if it seems like the inclination is that we're moving this direction and we have a groundswell of people who say I'm interested, and we don't do this, I just think
Well, this potentially changes a lot of things too. I mean, I know you guys just did your master schedule, for example. This is big changes.
Or we go back to the theory that most parents are more concerned about having their kids in school no matter what because they learn better. We don't do a virtual option and we move on.
Agreed.
I would also, we live in a very, I would say, good part of the state with virtual options. So we have the largest virtual option in Wisconsin, I-4, which is just north of us. St. Croix Central's virtual option, River Falls is a virtual option. Wisconsin Virtual Academy has a virtual option. Parents can pay for their student, then it's technically a homeschool situation. So all of those are free options with the exception of Wisconsin Virtual Academy. Wisconsin Virtual Academy can be hand-tailored to what the family would like. So it's not that there are a lack of options out there. I think our fear in wanting to bring this to you is just if we have a groundswell of people who opt to leave the district. We didn't want it to be because we hadn't discussed that there were alternative options here. So I know it makes it tough on you guys to do that.
And that's the flip side of this conversation. It could be if you decide that you're not, we're unable to give you enough information maybe to make a comfortable decision. On the flip side, if there was a groundswell of families that based on the adoption and the plans here, we saw a groundswell of families to unenroll, I would reach out to you and say, I think we have an issue. We better have a meeting to see if you can provide a new option.
I like that route because that also gives the administration time to pull some information together as far as, we'd know maybe what the groundswell number looked like. We know what it would cost.
So not offer it at this time, see the response, and then come back and reconvene?
If we saw it, so you're basically following a different path. If there was a great exodus, you'd come back and make a decision that you'd try to make that an opportunity.
I guess I would rather do that than leave it uncapped.
I'm okay with that. I just frankly feel like we don't have enough information.
Yep, I do too.
I mean, I hate to say that, but.
Well, and we're trying to get our kids back into the schools. And that's our ultimate goal here tonight, is to get the kids back into school, have them face to face and learn, and I don't.
Okay.
This seems to contradict that a little bit, so I'm okay with leaving it out.
We need to get to a motion. Yes. So as it stands right now, we'd have to motion to pull this out of the plan, to not offer virtual Ed Options Academy, basically, is what we would have to motion.
I mean, we can make this motion and then at the bottom with the number 6, with the exception of the virtual learning options, right? So it can still
That's
be
another
one.
way of doing it. I'm fine with that too. So we just have to make that clear in the motion that, with the exception of the virtual Ed option.
Or you can go 1 through 5, and then you can have a different motion on just the site plans.
Either way you slice it, somebody's got to make the motion.
Let's just do it all. I mean,
I think we're all on the same page here, so let's just get her done.
All right, I'll run through this motion with the first 1 through 5. I move the school board and administration will abide by and follow mandates and orders put in place by entities with authority and jurisdiction over PSD. Students and drivers on PSD buses will adhere to CDC public transportation order to wear a face mask. Face coverings are highly recommended but are not required on district property. PSD will collaborate and cooperate with DHS, DPI, and PCPH. PSD will observe quarantine orders for positive COVID-19 close contacts. PSD will communicate to families in positive cases more detailed contact tracing or close contact identification, PCPH domain. Our website will report out the following metrics: number of active positive cases for the week, cumulative number of active cases, percent of the community vaccinated.
So that's the motion was 1 through 5, so.
A second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion here? All right, all in favor?
You want to do a roll call, Mike?
Yes, let's do a roll call. We have a motion and a second. Roll call vote. Steve?
Aye.
Vicky?
Aye.
Tanya?
Aye.
Pat?
Aye.
And I am an aye as well. So that motion passes. On to the site plans. We need a motion for that.
I'll move to approve the site plans as distributed with the exception of removing online school options. These will be posted on each school landing page.
And that, just to clarify, removing it from the plan, I think is what you're saying.
Yes.
I'll second.
Let's do another roll call. We have a motion and a second. Steve?
Aye.
Vicky?
For that, do you want to specify Ed Options Academy?
So Steve's motion was to approve the site plans with the exception of removing the virtual school option.
Period.
So this is basically taking out the virtual school option.
Okay.
Which is on page 4 of the document.
Okay.
So we are at Vicky for an
So
aye. or-
aye.
Aye, okay. Tanya?
We have a question down here first.
No.
Sorry. We've only reviewed 2 site plans. We have 4 sites. So I need a little help understanding what we're approving and what we're not.
They were all in the packets. I can pull up, Sarah and Michael, you kind of work together. Is there anything, what's the unique thing that's different from Michael's? We shared the element.
I have a music room that we used as a cafeteria last year, and our plan is to continue to use that as a cafeteria. That's
So-
really the only difference.
Sorry, Michael.
Yeah, I think we need to.
The plans were in the packet. We've reviewed 2 of them today as just samples. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So, are we all under the same understanding of what we're voting on now then? So this is to approve all 4 plans?
Yeah, this is to approve all 4, but it's a good clarification, Pat, so I think.
And just to be clear, Kyle, is there any unique, different piece that you want to point out for the board?
Last year we were cohorted, and this year we will not be cohorted.
I don't even know why we have to approve this. I'm just gonna be honest. It says site plans will be posted on each school's loading page. Do we have to approve that?
We have to approve the site plan.
It's just putting it on this.
Yeah, but I want, well, 2 reasons. One, I would like to make sure that the plans, that you're sanctioning them, and they're, slight difference. Also, there is, with regards to communication and for ESSER money that is going to be released, hopefully in November, there is a stipulation that you have it posted on your websites.
So just to recap, the motion that Steve made is to approve the site plans for all. Did you say for all?
For all schools, with the exception of virtual being removed for all schools.
All right, so we are at Tanya,
Aye.
Pat,
Aye.
I am an aye as well. That motion carries. Does that count? I don't know if we've ever stopped mid roll call. All right. Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll have updates on these, and our goal is to get these out to our families. Obviously, the 2 major adjustments would be, just want to make sure I'm clarifying, is that we approved in a 2-step process items 1 through 5 from slide 17. Katie, I'm just making sure that that's in the notations. And then the 4 drafted site plans with middle school and specifically in the high school, that virtual on your last page being stricken.
And Rick, I would request that the Alert Now system be used tomorrow.
Okay.
For the district,
Sure.
to make sure everyone knows these decisions.
Okay.
Thank you. Specifically, masks on buses, no masks on facilities, and then the
Okay.
virtual, I think, is important.
And then we'll have, we'll also include, well taken, thank you, and yes, and we'll also mention the site plans will be posted on the web, and I'll know after I talk to these guys when that would happen.
Yes, and for the record, we did talk about trying to pull this whole piece out into a separate board meeting because we knew it was going to take a long time. But 5 board members getting together in August was impossible with all of our schedules. So that's why it was still kind of rammed into the regular board meeting. So we're going to move on. Thank you everyone for sticking it out. We'll move on to item E, consider updating the compensation schedule for licensed and non-licensed staff.
Yes, one of the things obviously is we've been preparing for our budget. One of the things in your budget packets, we made a first attempt to try to start to look at our funds available for all of our presentation that will happen on the September 15th at the annual meeting. At this time, I believe that we, based on projected revenues, again, all of that won't be solidified until October 15th. But I do believe that based on the work that our staff has done over these heroic efforts over the last 2 years, and looking and comparing our trying to be market competitive with regards to our hourly employees. It is our recommendation that we would increase the scale for non-licensed staff. That includes our administrative assistants, our food service, and who am I missing? Teacher aides at $2 per cell for the upcoming year.
Any questions from the board on this? Anyone?
Nope, other than we've already discussed this, and I want to point out that this was one of the areas Michael shared with us with that survey with staff that had one of our lower ratings. Like, a concern from staff was that we weren't competitive in pay. So I think it's very appropriate that we're addressing this.
All right, let's take some motions.
I'll move to approve the requisition for pay increase on steps and lanes for non-licensed as presented, increasing $2 per cell.
I'll second.
We have a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That carries. Next one.
I'll move to approve the addition of $200 to each step and lane. Wait a minute. I'm not going to do this one. Excuse me. Let me retract that.
So this one is, we have a teacher pay scale. We have a traditional steps and lanes. What we would like to do is increase it by $200. You, as a board, have adopted a goal to be market competitive, and we want to catch up with Osceola.
I'll second.
No, we didn't get a motion out yet, so we have to have a motion. It's 3 hours into 4 hours into the night for us, so.
I move to approve the addition of $200 to each step and lane on the teacher pay scale.
I'll second.
We have a motion, and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That carries.
I move to approve the payment of $300 as hazard pay to licensed staff returning to Prescott School District.
I'll second.
We have a motion, and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Abstain.
All right, motion carries there. And lastly,
I move to approve the updated bus transportation pay schedule.
I'll second that.
we have a motion, and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that one carries. We are done with business on the information.
Nope, you have one more.
Oh, Mike.
Ah, God, I'm dying right now. Sorry, everyone. All right, we got the, okay, item F, consider extension. This is an absolute joke. All right, go ahead.
So I'm just going to put the agenda back up there, so give your eyes something to look at.
Bugging out.
All right. All right, so we'll talk about an information and discussion. in more detail, but we do have a facility advisory committee. We have a project manager that is working with us. They were selected by you in a competitive RFP. There is no cost for Market & Johnson at this time. The only time that Market & Johnson is paid is if we are successful with the referendum, and then it comes into their scope of work. With regards to SDS Architects, they have been providing us services over the last few years, and they are asking for an extension of Phase 4. So we have no current contract with SDS. They have submitted to you for consideration, and they would like to be compensated for the work that they are proposing. One of the struggles I had is that I do believe that in reviewing this and then trying to have a comparable understanding is that they are requesting $12,500 for some additional services, participating in and being on site with their 2 architects, and to be able to provide additional time at board meetings and also at the annual meeting. I am uncomfortable with regards to, I don't believe that they are necessary for all of those sessions. And so, but I do think that their proposal is reasonable. If they're going to be here and doing work, they have to expend time and be on site and adjust some of the things. So at this point, I guess you have in your board packets were provided the contract, asked for you to review. And I guess I'm looking for guidance about whether or not you want to accept it as is, or would like to give me authority to negotiate something that balances out the requests that they were putting in place with the number of meetings and number of sessions.
Pat, you have any comments on this one?
Yeah. Dr. Spacuzza, I agree. So SDS has been a great partner so far. They've done a great job. They've been very available to us. They've been extremely helpful. We have hired a project manager, Market & Johnson, extremely capable of helping lead the facility advisory committee. Based on some of the feedback and some of the early work by that committee, I agree with you that I don't know that SDS's services are necessary in terms of a Phase 4. And I think that we should lean on Market & Johnson to lead that effort. If we get into a situation with the committee where design services are required, I think we need to lean on Market & Johnson's advice for that. And then I would recommend to give you authorization then to negotiate with SDS and come up with something reasonable. That'd be my recommendation and question.
Tanya, what about any questions or
Yeah, I mean, I'm not part of the facilities committee, so I definitely defer to those of you that are. And if you guys think that Market & Johnson can take it, they can take it. I do see that some of these services have already been rendered. So yeah, I do think that they're right. They've been great partners, and they've been there for everything. I remember them at board meetings, virtual or not. So I do think that there's probably some compensation that we should figure out. But I agree with Pat.
Vicki?
Yeah, I agree with Pat that we have hired Market & Johnson to do this. They need to be a little more forward with, I guess, what the next phases are, and if they need help, or if we need help from SDS, we need their expertise or consultation again. I guess we asked them for it, but this is what we hired Market & Johnson to do. So yeah, I would give Dr. Spacuzza the ability to negotiate with them for what they've done up to this point, and if we need them further.
Steve?
Just to clarify, these are dollars for future work, correct? We don't owe them for anything they've already done.
Correct. We are up to, we're even right with them. And here's the array of things that they were presenting. Is they have and will continue to participate with Market & Johnson on virtual meetings, sharing information that they did from the site analysis, And that obviously, those virtual meetings and things like that are taking time for them, and I think is a realistic and reasonable expectation. They had put in the proposal that they would attend 3 additional board meetings. At this time, I don't see them needing to come here in front of you, and so I think that the time cost of 2 architects coming is something that we would strike. In addition, they talked about developing graphics and additional things for the Facility Advisory Committee. I, again, think that that is within the purview of what Markin and Johnson said that they have the ability to do. And so I think there's about 3 areas that I would cut back on. Is it would be time presenting to you at the board, whether or not they have to be at every Facility Advisory Committee, and also whether or not both of them need to be there. So those are some of the parameters that I would recommend that we would potentially ask for a resubmission of the contract, taking those items out.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with Pat. They've been a good partner over the years, and I expect they would want to continue that relationship in the future. So, if we did have requirements, possibly we just do that on a piecemeal situation, a consultant type of fee or something along those lines moving forward on this project.
Yep. And I did want to clarify too, it was that last paragraph where they were also saying that they would, upon a successful referendum, a portion of the fee would be credited back to the district. And the difficulty is I did not have the time to talk to them about what portion, right? Are we talking 10%, 20%, 80%? That's a big difference. So that would be one that I would like to clarify with them. But they've been good partners, and they're also obviously trying to balance the time and effort that they have to put in or may need to put in.
So we're looking for a motion are we looking for a motion to give Rick the leeway to work with SDS on refining the contract? All right, how do we want to frame that up? Is that what you're recommending to Rick, or can you throw that together, Pat, you think, or in a motion?
I move to approve Dr. Spacuzza the leeway to negotiate with SDS to develop a more reasonable scope of work and schedule of reimbursables.
I'll second.
Is that enough? Is that what we need? All right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? That carries. All right. We are now on information and discussion.
All right.
Going to item A.
Do you need to take a 3-minute recess?
You guys want to recess?
3
Steve
minutes?
already left, so.
Yeah. Could we take a 3-minute recess?
Do we have to have a motion there?
I think you do.
Somebody make a motion here.
I move to take a 3-minute recess.
3 minutes, Mike, that's all it is. That's what he said.
He just made a
I'll
motion.
second 3 minutes.
All right, motion a second.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes. 3 minutes. Holy. Gone way sideways.
my battery's about to die. We better finish.
All right, bring it back.
Do one of you, who wants to be on camera so that we can slice it and send it out about the 30th? We should have one speaker on the 30th.
Nosy.
Josh, you're up.
Poor Josh.
Okay. We need a motion to reconvene into open session here at some point when we're ready. Is the camera rolling, Kyle? Okay. Yeah.
Mike, I'd like to move to
Oh, did you
reconvene
hear me?
in open session.
A second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, that carries. So we're back in. We're on item A of information discussion, PHS update for August 30th and 31st, and MIS update for August 30th and 31st.
Yeah, we're going to put them all in one and have one speaker. Kyle back there for video. We're going to have to slice this. Are we ready? All right. Oh, I'm casting.
Well, I'll start with the high school site, and when the slides get up there, we'll get them up there. I am going to put a plug in for our back to school night for the high school. It's on August 26th, which is next Thursday, which is actually the first slide, and you can go to the next one, Dr. Spikuza. One of the things that we've really focused on that I mentioned earlier is one of our central goals for the year is engaging our school community, forging more connections. You heard about the student council with mental health and focusing on those things, and I think all these things kind of go together. So we viewed our back to school night as one of our first central opportunities to do that, and we wanted to reinvent what back to school night was and build that community. So we're kicking off our back to school night with our first ever PHS color run. If you're unfamiliar with the color run, I think the picture kind of does it. Picture's worth 1,000 words, but we have about 100 runners right now that are doing that. In addition to that night, from 6 to 8, we have an involvement fair where we've asked the majority of our clubs and teams to be there and be represented and get more people involved, especially our incoming and new transfer students. We've got about 20 universities and post-secondary options that are going to be there. Everyone from UW-Madison, UW-Stevens Point, DCTC, CVTC are military options. Still trying to reach out to the Peace Corps and AmeriCorps to see if they can get reps there. We've got teacher breakout sessions on information that's relevant to kids, a meet and greet with teachers, food trucks, the Shave Crave, I believe it's called, is going to be there as well. The National Guard's bringing archery tag and an inflatable obstacle course. So again, it's a huge community night. That's what our hope is. If you're interested, we'd ask you to come out. You don't need to have a high school student to do it. You can be a community member. You don't need to be a high school student to do the color run. You can run it, stroll it, walk it, whatever you want to do. Or you can volunteer. We already have one board member who was very excited to shoot colored powder at people on the course. So if other people want to have a cathartic experience and maybe get a little messy doing it, reach out to me or the front office of the high school. But the week after that is when we really do some amazing work, and there have been a lot of people hard at work to make these things happen. So from August 30th and 31st, we have what we're calling our ramp up to school days. And these are great opportunities before school has officially begun for the year to get kids in and do a lot of really amazing things, and again, build on some of those focuses of engagement we have for the year. On the 30th, we've got our kickoff in the morning, community building at the high school, a lot of team building, and then some back to school information and getting kids kind of reacclimated with the building. Mr. Montreal has been integral in planning out the afternoon and really trying to connect with a lot of community partners and spreading our kids out throughout the community and giving back to the people who have given so much to us as a school, as a staff, and as students, and doing some community service. What we'd ask you is if you have a project, whether it's for an organization or an individual that you think would be a great match for us, reach out to the high school front office, ask for Mr. Montreal, and we can try and get some things set up with those for that day. On the 31st, I'm extremely excited. I think this one's going to be really great. The high school and the intermediate school are partnering up to do what we're calling Cardinal Olympics. And so we're going to head down to the intermediate school in the morning, and we'll have all of our kids, high school and intermediate school kids, on one campus. We will do opening ceremonies on the football field and talk about what the day is going to look like, but we're pairing up our students with these intermediate school students on some crazy teams like the Chicken Turtles and the Nasty Narwhals, and then they're engaging in some Olympic-type competition events. So we've got old school track and field, we've got new types of activities, we've got a kickball tournament, and while the intermediate school kids on a particular team are competing, our high school kids are mentoring, coaching, cheering them on, and then as they switch, the intermediate school kids are doing the same thing for the high school kids. We've got a picnic lunch that our new nutrition director is planning out in the middle of the day across that campus. So again, some more community building and some mentorship between high school and intermediate school kids. The afternoon, we finish out with our competitions, and then we do our closing ceremonies and awards and really talk about the character traits that we had for the day. It's something that we hope to continue on, that partnership between the two buildings throughout the course of the year. Do you want me to cover these two?
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy, okay, this is fun. The middle school also has a ramp-up day on August 30th. They're doing character building that day. They've got picture day that day. Students are following their schedule, so it's a really great opportunity to meet and greet with the teachers, hear about classes, probably do some team building. And then on the 31st, it looks like students are also following their schedules and doing some activities in those classes.
They'll follow their schedule. That is our PBS day, where we'll teach expectations, go through expectations. And another thing that we do that entire week, along with all of the finalized plans, will be hammered out next week during in-service when our teams are back together fully.
Perfect. Intermediate school, Monday, doing some similar things to the high school, so some classroom things in the morning, getting kids acclimated to the building, doing some community building. In the afternoon, while we're doing community service, the intermediate school staff has brought in Ned's Kindness Adventure, who teaches kindness through yo-yo tricks, I believe. Yep. And that's a virtual sort of interactive presentation, and the kids have the option to engage with Ned afterward and do some yo-yoing themselves. And then obviously on the 31st, they're partnering with the high school, and we're doing the Prescott or Cardinal Olympics. And then the Malone Elementary School is, again, working on that focus, so building those trusting relationships, focusing on community and team building with their kids. With the littles, it's a lot about doing the developmental, just what is school, how do we do school for the year, getting them acclimated, and then looking at some of those expectations that will carry them through the remainder of the year, and then doing some outside and free play as well. Okay, Sarah's giving me the thumbs up, so I feel okay.
All right. Well, I just wanted to thank the community service opportunity. We met with the Chamber of Commerce and Kiwanis. Josh had put out a sales pitch for that. We're looking for people in the community that are looking for our high school students to be able to engage. One of our themes is about connections and relationships. On the message boards, we've been talking about one community on the slide that you see for Malone Elementary. This has been challenging. It's been challenging as a superintendent. It's been challenging for a board. It's been challenging for families and children. We really want to start this year off in a positive way. We are encouraging for families and their students to be on site on the 30th and 31st. It's a slow entry into the school year. Let's get everybody back in a positive way. I think it's shared values about a community that cares about its students, cares about its school, and it cares about the staff at the school. It also has a significant financial impact for Prescott Public Schools. Every child that comes on the 30th and 31st will count as additional full-time enrolled students, and therefore we are able to classify it as summer school. It is important, obviously, for the relationships, mental health, and the building of relationships, but it also is an opportunity for us to build back some additional funds that we see are going to be necessary heading into fall 2021. Thanks.
One last thing, because I don't want to leave the other buildings hanging. Next week, Tuesday, is the middle school's back to school night as well. So a great opportunity to meet with teachers, learn about the building, create some connections. Wednesday night is a joint, I think it's from 3 to 9 o'clock. It's a joint intermediate school, elementary school, back to school night, and it sounds like they're still looking people for the dunk tank.
I have decided that I think it would be in everybody's best interest. Who better to be in the dunk tank than myself? So you can, we'll even give you a 2 for 1. So
Oh, you're already in there.
5 to 8.
So please show up and I'll be there.
All right. Thanks, Josh. We're on item B, maintenance and repair update regarding Feb 15th, 2022 referendum.
Yeah, I am going to turn to 2 of your colleagues. We did officially kick off our Facility Advisory Committee. That happened on August 10th. We had a excellent start and a very, I thought, very good conversation. On page 2 up here is just kind of the outline of what they covered, and they followed kind of the guiding change, their purpose, role, and understand that they are presenting to the board at least 3 viable options that meet kind of the scope of work and is also within tax tolerance and emphasizing the maintenance items. I would leave, just to let you know, you have identified Pat Block and Vicki Rudolph to be your colleagues that are at the table. It was a posted meeting. Minutes were taken and will also be distributed out to the community, or to the committee's members. And they come back next on September 8th and will be presenting on September 15th. But the thrust or the engagement of that learning exercise, I would look to Vicki and Pat to give us an update.
Yeah, either one of you?
Sure, I can take a stab. I'm really excited about the group. We got a great group of very engaged people, great cross-section of the community, age, demographics there. So really happy how engaged everybody was. We got into some great questions, little homework exercise. We broke into some small groups. Everybody identified, what was important to them in terms of decision-making process. So as we, or as Market Johnson presents options of the maintenance items, we can have a way by which to kind of rank order those and get costing information and best make decisions. A lot of interest in information on some of the, I'm going to call it master planning work we've done. I know that it's not finished, but the work that's been done. A lot of interest on some of the board direction or opinion on where classes go and what some of the best uses for our buildings are that we've spent the last, I think it's a 1.5 years, I believe that's correct, reviewing. So really engaged group. Got a number of texts from individuals who are excited about their homework assignment. Yeah, I think, Vicki, I don't know if you have anything else that sticks out to you, but I thought it was a great first kickoff.
No, there were some great questions, and yeah, everybody is definitely eager to move forward, figure it out, wants to know what we can do, what we can afford to do, that sort of stuff. But yeah, they've got some questions for us as a board. We've met before and talked about things and had ideas, but I think they really, as a community, are looking to us to give them what our direction is, so that will help maybe form their direction a little bit, where they should head. So I don't know if that may be something we need to discuss and come up with, because they are looking towards long-term. We keep talking about long-term, and they need some specifics from us. So I think that's something we need to come up with as a board, so we can give them a helping hand in making these recommendations.
I think there's, and I know there's plans. I think it's coming up at the meeting in September. A lot of questions around public school financing. Why are we having to go to referendum? What can we do for referendum? What doesn't need to be paid for in a referendum? And I believe we have some financial presentations coming up very soon. So there's some eagerness to understand and learn that as well.
So, really quick, so you mentioned they need some board direction on long-term I guess, plans from us that where we're headed. Like, what do we think? So, how does that frame up? What are we looking at here? Are we going to have something that the board's going to have to discuss? Do we know that yet, or is that still kind of getting teased out?
Well, this is just my opinion. I'm excited to hear what Vicki has to say, but I feel like the majority of, well, potentially everything that we're looking at right now, I think we've discussed as a board. We have not put together a full-on master plan, which includes green space and all that good stuff. But I believe the direction of this committee is more focused on I'll call it the deferred maintenance items, with the potential of looking at some of the best classroom and grade fit, and maybe how that works into some of the safe and secure entrance type work. I think, and Vicki, correct me if I'm wrong, or Dr. Spikuza, correct me if I'm wrong, some of the information they wanted to know was there, and I'll call it master planning, right? It's an element of it. If the board has made decisions or has opinions on, where should grades be in our buildings? We've said that we are a 4-building district right now. Where should grades be, right? Is one of our schools overcrowded? Is one of them underutilized? Do we have a grade that's not in the right building? Et cetera, et cetera. And Vicki, am I hitting this all right? I think that's the majority of what they're looking for right now from us. I think as a group, we've discussed it, we've talked about it. Some of us may even feel that we've made decisions, but maybe there's an opportunity to strengthen that and cement it somehow.
We do have a long-range plan. I mean, we've got a facilities plan in place. Mike Hoyka and others put that together. So, I mean, that could be a tool to be used, for that too.
Yeah, I think the nuance of it is, I think that maintenance piece and understanding like the age of a boiler and the roofs and things like that, I think is well articulated. I think one of the questions, and I think Vicki, you mentioned it to the group, is you all had gone through in a work session of kind of a mythical $100. And if you had $100, how much of that $100 would you spend on the 3 older buildings? The group has identified that they wanted to go through that same exercise on September 8th. And one of the additional questions that they had is that the intermediate school has the largest square footage, and they are struggling with, shouldn't then that have the most students in it? And so by definition, as we move 3rd grade over to Malone, then what might happen there? And I think they want to kind of know is, are you looking for to give them parameters on that, or do you want them to come back with a recommendation? Is how I kind of read the room.
Yeah, I mean, I'll go first. I think as a board, what we've talked about is the facility advisory committee would come back with recommendations. I think we've looked at long-term planning. I think we have our opinions. These, I'll give some kudos to this group. They asked some great questions in one night. I mean, it took us, kind of a year to get there, right? But we went the long way. We went the hard way. But I think we would like them to come up with some recommendations for us.
Yeah, I would second that. I think we've already done that for a year and a half. We've been going through different activities and different meetings and to have those conversations. And at this point, we know for some of the deferred costs we have to go to referendum. And I agree. I'd like to see what that committee, specifically community members, are looking forward to. And for me, that helps shape my ultimate thought, I guess, because I haven't fully formed my thoughts on grade level and all that stuff.
Okay, so I guess I want to just tie this together for September. If there's things that come out of those advisory committees that you're looking for board direction from, I know we have 2 good board members on there, but if it's something that needs to be discussed at a board level, maybe that gets teed up as an info and discussion item potentially, just so we can at least give them direction.
Yep, absolutely. So I think in some of the, and Vicki, again, correct me if I'm wrong here, but some of the questions that they were looking for, we and Rick, you're doing it, but we've given them access, both printed. We've given them additional information, or prepared to, in additional printed form and electronic form, access to all the STS reports, access to some of the long-term planning we've done, obviously the surveys that we've sent out. I think if they come back at the next, our next committee meeting and have additional questions, those will need to be brought up to the board then. Vicki, is that fair?
Yeah, I think so. Because they were throwing out some of the exact same questions that we've had, things that that we're trying to figure out, but we just don't know how to get there. And yeah, I think if they have a specific question and if we can answer it, I think we most definitely should.
So it sounds like what I'm hearing is we're just gonna put it as a standing item right now in our discussion.
Yeah.
And we can just check in. It can be short. You could just say it's been great. Otherwise, if there's some questions, it allows us some time to.
It would be helpful ahead of time to know, like, what types of answers are they looking for, so we can have time to think about that.
Dr. Spikuza, we can put that in a form of question in the board, in the board documents and let everybody see that. There's no reason, because we have post-it notes of the meeting.
Yep.
They're all out there. Absolutely.
Great. Thank you, guys. So item C, presentation of preliminary 21-22 budget.
So I'm going to focus specifically on ESSER dollars and to the information that you had with September 15th is the annual meeting. We will have Baird available. We have, as of, I think it was like 5:35 before I was heading over here for our open session. We have put in a preliminary budget. One of the things I think, Pat, you've always asked is, we start spending as of July 1, and it's kind of reducing, basically our fund balance until we get the access to the October 15th numbers. We're going to continue to tweak that for you, but I wanted to mention is that there are ESSER dollars, and what I put up there for you is, again, these are the emergency funds for elementary and secondary schools. Here's the timeline. In late August, we are submitting our instructional minutes. We did meet the threshold that the Joint Finance Committee put in place for the 174 schools to report back. During the months of September and October, DPI will receive a plan and approval for how they're going to disperse the ESSER 3 funds. Then from October to November, the 420 plus school districts within the state of Wisconsin will then be submitting their applications to access those dollars. Then in November, they'll continue to review the applications and then release. So people have asked, how much are we getting? We don't know. We know that the state is getting money and that the state then has to divide it up among the districts. 174 may not have met the instructional minutes and therefore will not receive a full set of funding. As I mentioned, we initially were targeted to get about $500,000. That now currently, last estimate I saw was about 170,000. Part of the parameters, so just know that this is an ongoing, and the difficulty is that we have to run a budget, and part of the elements is that here are the guidelines. We have to develop and post safe return in-person instruction and continuity of service plans. That's what you approved earlier tonight. We have to develop how those funds will be spent, but we have to do that in a public notification and input from our community. Until we submit and know how much we have, though, it's hard to spend what you don't know. So that is an event that we will be engaging our community on. 20% of whatever we receive then also has to be based on scientific evidence-based improvement strategies. You saw that our academic performance in the good news, and you'll get more information once all the state data are released, is that 20% of the dollars we are already focusing on both either new academic programs, training and PD, and also staffing, right? We've increased staffing specifically around interventions. Maintenance of effort, and that we basically will continue to make sure that we prepare, respond, and prevent COVID-19. So those are the mitigation strategies. So just wanted to let you know that we have most of our variables accounted for about where revenue will come back. I am going to go to slide 2 and just put a couple check marks. Is that the plans that you just approved tonight that will be sent out to families must be reviewed every 6 months. So obviously we'll make more immediate mid-course adjustments if necessary, but no, 6 months from now we do have to revisit that in order to be still eligible to receive the dollars. Any questions about that?
Anyone?
I don't have any questions.
Shane, do you have any questions about ESSER dollars? No? All right. Let's move on to item D, shared update on the employee handbook.
All right, so this one we're going to change a little bit. Know that we typically do information and discussion and then board approval. You have a full copy of the employee handbook. We started the process. I engaged teacher leaders, and what we did is we took, part of it was making sure that we've had 3 HR directors over the last 4 to 5 years. The handbook has been updated, and one of the things that we were concerned about is whether or not it was, and I use Jerome Sattler's quote, is that you want not to write to be understood, but write so that you can't be misunderstood. And a lot of times when you're looking at grievance procedures or even the handbook, if 2 people can read it and come away with 2 different opinions about what a section is, that's not good for morale, and we decided to tackle that. That was how we first had the HR consultant come in. They created a table of contents. I recruited through the principals and emails out to our licensed staff. We created a committee. We started, and our goal was to have this to you by June 2021. Obviously, we were slightly late and delayed on that, but a handbook in partnership with your policies are essential for how we run the management. So with your approval, what we're going to do is take the updated handbook. Nothing substantively changed. We were critiquing the order. There were some things that we wanted to add with regards to a greeting from the superintendent, and then trying to streamline the different sections. The main body is universal across all employees, and then with the licensed staff, we began with Appendix A. I met with Tim Runquist because Appendix C is specific to transportation, and Appendix B is our support staff. Basically, this is the articles that are in the employee handbook. There's an introduction, and you can see all the way down to grievance. This was something that we also talked about with our teachers about where do you start, and one of the sections in the appendix initially started with layoffs and grievances. It's not the best way to onboard your staff into a district when you say, here's a handbook, and the first thing you're handing them is a section on furloughs, reductions, and grievances. So this is the order that they kind of came back with, and I would like to have this sent out to all of our staff so that if they have questions or comments, we can bring that forward to you before you approve it for the next year. The other appendices in there were just kind of discipline, professional day, the teacher assignments, reduction of staff. There's an asterisk on that, is that our teachers, the last time that that was updated was in 2016 when we had to cut back because of the failed operational levy referendum. Professional compensation benefits, and then OPED is the costs that are associated with post-employment benefits with retirement, and some things that you had adjusted a few years back, leaves and pay scale. Again, I just wanted to thank the committee. You can see that from Lori Pedretti, who has 32 years within our district, to middle school teachers that are kind of new, to the elementary and the intermediate school. We had a nice compilation of 12 teachers that met all the way through the end of the school year, and I just wanted to thank them publicly. And they are also the point people as we send this out to our staff, and we'll send it out tomorrow. that they can reach out to get more information.
Anybody have any questions or comments on this?
I would just say it's really great to see right up front which we've worked for a couple of years on, but our mission, vision, and our values right there. It's great. So, looks nice.
Thanks.
So is this going to come back to us in September for a vote?
Correct. To approve the handbook for the upcoming school year.
Is this something that needs 2 readings?
No, because it's not a policy.
Okay, thank you.
But good clarification.
But I do see policies are kind of listed throughout, so.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Anything else, anyone? Let's keep going. So we are on item E, reminder of annual meeting.
Yes, so at the July 28th, our regular board meetings are usually the 3rd Wednesday of the month. You did take board action, and we are having our annual meeting of the electorate on September 15th, 2021 at 6 p.m. It'll be here in the Performing Arts Center. That is where the electorate will be able to review the preliminary budget and give feedback. We also will have an update with our members of our Facility Advisory Committee, and there will be a Baird presentation on the budget as well as Public Education Funding 101 that you had participated in a workshop previously.
All right. We'll go to item F.
Yes. At this time, we are looking to shift off of Wednesday the 22nd and have the next regular board meeting on the 21st at 7 o'clock here in the Performing Arts Center. This is a request by me so that I can participate in the Fall Superintendent Conference that's in Madison.
All right. So we're good. That's a Tuesday, by the way.
It is a Tuesday.
Yep, Tuesday, September 21st.
Any challenges with scheduling or quorum?
No.
No. Okay.
I'm going to ask this question. Are we going to have a closed session prior to that meeting?
At this time, we do not see any need for it.
Okay, thank you.
All right. That concludes that. We're on recognition of visitors. Anybody that stuck around has to be recognized. Come on up.
Can you hear me? Is this working? All right. Stating my name, Joe Roll. I live out in Clifton Township. I guess first question I have for you tonight, and I had a lot of questions. A lot of them did get answered through your discussion the last several hours, so that's good. But first off, I was a little confused on the discussion regarding the online schooling. So I heard a cost of $2,500 per pupil that enrolls in online schooling. And it's unclear to me whether there's no longer state aid coming into the district or not with that. So is that the issue with that?
I was confused myself.
They count as our enrollment. They're still enrolled with us.
Yeah.
So if that's what you mean by state aid, they're still counted as our enrollment, but part of that money would have to pay for it, or however we fund
Okay,
it.
so I guess then here's my thought that I'd want to share is your state aid per pupil must be many thousands of dollars right now, isn't it? It used to be 7,000,
It's roughly
8,000
10.
13 years ago.
Yeah.
What is it nowadays?
It's roughly 10.
Yeah, I can get you those numbers and send them on to you.
So I mean, I think I've heard from a lot of parents around the district that have concerns, one way or another, as far as safety and other things. And, when the open enrollment thing comes into question, there's a deadline coming up, but it seems to me like it would be good business for the district to just say we're going to support that enrollment, because if somebody is going to stay in the district but wants to enroll online, you're still increasing the net state aid into the district, aren't you? If you were to lose 30 people to a different district, which we know they fill up fast, the odds of that happening are very low. I'm just saying it seems like there's a net positive.
Normally, I don't interact with people on the stand here, Joe, but since it's almost 11 o'clock, I was unclear of that. So that's why I think we got to take that back and let the administration come back with us. Because if it's as simple as that, then it's almost a no-brainer to me.
It's a little more complex than that. And I'd be happy to follow up with you.
Yeah, and I think follow up with us too.
It looks like we lost a lot of folks over the next year, but it'd be nice if you get that out sooner than later. I think it shows that the district is committed to providing the services that people live here and need for their kids. So I think it'd be good customer service to offer that. And then I had one last thing. Oh, another idea around that is the ESSER 3 funds, even at $173,000, if it wasn't for COVID, you wouldn't get any, correct? They didn't exist before COVID. So one idea is maybe you can plug those funds into supporting online enrollment. If that, that might be where some of the money could come from. But that's really what I was after. I couldn't remember what our state aid was per enrolled pupil. Right. It's roughly 10 grand, and you answered my other questions, so thank you.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Anybody else want to approach?
I'll make it quick. I gotta get to bed. Jason, Nelson, I got one kid there who went through school. I got two youngs in elementary school. I'm kind of wondering, this last year sucked. I go to the school to meet with my kids at lunch. Is that going to be an option this coming year? Will it not be?
I mean, when I read those plans, it wasn't.
It's still not an option.
You can always pull them out for lunch, take them out of the building.
Okay.
Yep, but to come into the building and eat with them, that's not an option.
Okay. All right. That's. What is the deal with that, though? I mean, it's kind of awkward that you're dropping your children off someplace where you physically can't go. How do we know what's? I mean, I trust you guys and everything, but how do we know as parents what's being done with our children when we can't be there to see them? You only get a handful of years where your kids are even going to talk to you. And it's nice to be able to go grab them at lunch, and they're happy to see you for now,
Yeah.
But, that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anybody else? Anybody in the back row? All right, we will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We are adjourned. Thanks.